Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Final Series, the Football World Cup, but in sailing. Today is the final day where all races will count double in points. Yesterday, we saw a difficult day with the wind dying. One of the fleets was not able to finish their third race, and many of the fleets are tied in points. So it's really going to come down to the wire for us to find out who will be qualified for the next round, the 16th of the finals. But that's enough for me. Let's go to my colleague Mark and see what he has to say.
Thank you, Jan. I'm here with Mark Sadler, who is the tactician on SSL Team South Africa, and you're at the top of the leaderboard, tied with Lithuania on points, but it's double points today. What are your thoughts going into it?
Well, it's a super exciting day, you know, the end of round one, and our goal is obviously, like everyone else, to get to round two. So it's going to be interesting. It's a tricky day, light air. We're just going to keep it tight, keep it simple, and like we saw yesterday, there were a lot of changes in positions on the legs, so we're just going to keep our eyes out the boat all the time.
The racing so far has been incredibly exciting. What are your impressions of the SSL Gold Cup so far?
Well, I think it's a fantastic concept. I mean, it's great having all the countries in their different kits, and we've had some good racing. They're lovely boats to sail. They go well in the light stuff as well. So the racing has been interesting and tight, and it's just going to get better and better from here.
Well, Mark, many thanks indeed for your time. Good luck today, and back to the studio.
Thank you, Mark, and welcome everybody for this fourth day, the golden day here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup, but in sailing. Before we go out onto the water, let's take a look at the team's national anthems.
Y tu campo cadenas vivir es vivir, en afrentas y oprobio sumir, el clarín escuchar el sonido, a las armas valientes correr. ¡Vamos!
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I am joined here with Juan Reed, who is coming from Team Chile, and we will be speaking a little bit later on together. But right now, before we get out onto the water, let's go here and take a look at the match board. As you see coming in right here, we have the 32nd of the finals is where we are at today. And everybody here, this is the golden day, so it's a double in points and a very, very crucial day to get to those 16th of finals. And let's take a look here at the team comparisons. We have Team Chile on the top left-hand side of your screen. We have Pablo Lorca. He is the team captain for that team. To the right of him, we have Cuba, the Pirates of the Caribbean, with team captain Nelito Manso. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, Portugal, the Navigators, with team captain Joao Rodriguez. And bottom right, Estonia, the Icebreakers, team captain Tonu Tonist. Now, let's take a look here at the team lineup. We have Team Chile, which is over here, as we see Tactician down in the back, as we have also from the helm. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about these your colleagues.
Yeah, well, this team is, they know each other very well. They are sailing together, most of them in Soto 40 class. So we are also sailing with the tactician, for example, Benjamin Gres, and Monate Rodrigo. So they know each other. There is a very good team in big boats. You know, this Soto 40 is a class in South America, strong class.
Yeah.
There was some in Europe sailing for a while as well. They are young people. There is a mix of different positions. They are coming from the Pan Ams, some of them. Some of them took place in the previous Pan American Games. So they are very good sailors, and they know how to sail together. That's a good thing.
That is a very good thing. Obviously, being a good team on these boats with a lot of people, 9 people on board, team communication is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key issues, the key points on the Chilean crew for sure.
Yeah. Yep. So there you have it. That is Team Chile right there. Let's keep on going with our next team is Team Cuba right here. We see at the helm the team captain Nelido Amanso Lopez. Just, guys know he has been to the Pan American Games 3 times and placed 4th at the 2019 Snipe Mixed Pan American Games. So that is the team on Cuba. Really interesting story about Cuba as they managed to get themselves qualified here for the SSL Final Series. They were sailing. In Cuba they don't have very many opportunities to be able to sail on such
big boats,
big boats, technological boats, boats made out of carbon fiber like this, and we had a lot of teams. So they were able to have many days of practice, and a lot of teams were helping them out, understand the boat, and they got quite a bit of practice in, and they've been sailing really well ever since then. And so we're excited to see them sailing again today, even though we'll see the points standing. They are a little bit below. We'll see what happens during the day. Anyway, enough about Cuba. Let's keep going on to our next team, Team Portugal. So we see here back in the back we have our tactician Rocha at the helm, Domingos right there. And Joao Rodriguez, which is the captain of the team. Joao, you have to know, he has been 7 times to the Olympic Games, and he has 3 World Championship titles. And if that was enough, he has 5 European titles. So, team captain, which has a lot of information. He's currently not on this board, but he's the one that's been training them every day. They get off the water and they talk to him, and they're analyzing, debriefing. So very good information.
This is a very strong team as well. I know Hugo, I know Nuno Barreto. They made 470 campaign. They are silver medal, I think, quite a time ago. So they are Olympic sailors as well. They are very good. Hugo Rocha, the tactician, is a very, very good sailor in J80, J70, well experienced.
So we have some experience, some Olympic experience as well on that Portugal boat. We are now looking at Team Estonia, where we also have quite a bit of experience here on Team Estonia. We have some Olympic sailors. As a matter of fact, you were talking about the 470 class. Tonu Tonist won the silver medal in the Olympics a couple years ago, but nonetheless, him and his brother have been to the Olympics, and so we also have some great Olympic experience here on this boat with others that are world champions. So quite a high level of sailing here on Team Estonia. Let's look at the provisional overall right now for this fleet number 2. And it looks like fleet number 2, as you notice, they only have 2 races on the board. Now, it is very particular about what's going to be happening with this team, because they need to do that race number 3, which is what they're about to do right now. And as we told you, this is the golden day. So all races count double in points, except for this race number 3 for this fleet only. So we are going to be looking at what's happening, and then at that point we'll be able to have more of a clear view as to what's going on. But as it stands right now, Chile looks like they have themselves 2 wins, so very, very strong team. Other than Tahiti, who has had 3 wins, this is the best ranked team, second best ranked team right now of all the teams that are here. Portugal has 5 points, so just a couple points of Estonia and Cuba tied with 3 points. So it looks as though there's a good chance Chile could pass. it'll be a battle between Estonia and Cuba for sure. Let's see what Portugal does.
Yeah.
Anything could still happen in this fleet number 2.
It's very open. It's only they race 2 races, and in theory they are racing 3 more. So 1 plus another one that is double 2. So they are missing 3 races. They race 2. So anything could happen in this group. That's the most open one.
Anything could happen, and let's take a look at the playing field. As you see the course right here, we already went up one time, back down through the gates. This is the second upwind beat as they go up around Mark 3 and then back down to the finish. And so therefore, let's take a look at it again. We were talking, so first upwind beat, we go to the weather mark, then to the offset. They jibe as they go downwind, and then through the gates. They can go left or right between any gate that they want to go through. Then they go up back to the top mark, off to the offset, jibe down all the way to the finish. And looks like we have 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the board. The weather out there is actually quite nice. We were having messages from race committee telling us that the wind was at 9 to 10 knots. Wind direction is between 350 and we just heard 360. So we'll see what's going on with that. We've sort of seen the wind shifting right as the day goes on and progresses. We are starting an hour earlier today because we have a lot of races to get in. We have 5 races to get in, so that'll be 2 races from this fleet and 1 race from all the other fleets. So seeing as we have 4 fleets, well, that's 5 races.
Yep.
Here on the bottom right-hand side are our match officials with our regatta director, Paul Hutton Ashkenny, principal race officer, Ricardo Navarro, jury, we have the chairman, Andres Boxi, and then we have Gonzalo Heredia and Paco Guinero. And these are our jury right there. So jury that we have out in the water, very strict jury. But that's their job. That's what we're asking them to do. They're Olympic jury, so we expect that of them. And remember, well, you're probably watching us now here on YouTube, but you can also follow us on Facebook and on Instagram. And do not forget to go to our starsailors.com web page where you will find out all the information. You can find out about the racing. You can find out about what is going on in live. You can even check out the notice board and look at exactly what's happening. You can see the protests and the results, and all the information you want is on that website right now. And here we are on board with your team, Chile, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Quickly explain to me, what are they doing right here at 1 minute before the start?
Yeah, well, they are coming from on a starboard, a long track from a starboard, pushing the fleet to the line, a little more conservative, trying not to get in touch with any particular boat, just to make their own race, their own start. So we see this is time and distance now. It's 50 seconds to go, and then you need to judge distance to try to get at the maximum speed closer to the line as possible. No? Oh, now this is the game right now.
That's right. Getting to the line as fast as possible. Now, we've seen some interesting tactics from other teams that have been shutting the door, closing each other out, and in order to slow the opposition down. Now, there is an advantage of being where Cuba is currently right here.
Yep.
You see there are the leeward boats, so they have the most right of way. However, they're the most forward boat too, so difficult for them perhaps to stop.
Yeah.
It looks like as though we're seeing some tagging going on, as the boats look like they're getting towards the pin end of the line. Now let's see what happens. We see Portugal, I believe, which is in the background there, coming in with a lot of speed.
Yeah, it's Chile.
Or is that Chile?
Yeah, tacking Chile.
No, that's Chile right there. Chile's tacking, and that's the start of the race right there. It looks like we only have 2 boats out on the left-hand side of the screen. Oh, that was a close one right there. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a very, very close call right there. They almost ran into the pin boat. As you see onto the left-hand side of the screen right there, we have two boats that have speed right now. It looks like those were the ones that got the best start.
Yep.
We're talking about Estonia, Portugal. They were on their timing. It looks like Chile was actually quite far behind as the race started. Chile had to make a tack. So a real unfortunate, the timing on that Chilean boat was unfortunately, it was the last boat to cross the line. However, they are going off to the right-hand side right now. It looks like as though they have some good speed. Portugal has also decided to go off to the right. Cuba, Estonia are in their drag race going to the left-hand side. Oh, we see Estonia tacking now, and there they are on a port tack and have decided to go. Now, really important for these teams is to get that speed up and really make sure that they can get out there and be the fastest ones. It's a drag race right now.
Yeah, now it's going, you need to decide if you go to the ocean or to the shore, where is going to be the pressure, when is going to be the next shift. We have seen both. We have but also we have seen in going to the right that going to the ocean you have more pressure. So it's now right. It's right now three boats going to the ocean. One is going. Cuba is going to the shore again, keeping on the left and taking a little risk. Alone. That's maybe.
Yeah. Interesting. Exactly. They're going alone. So when you go alone, there two things can happen: either big gains or big losses.
That's it. Yeah. In this kind of races, I guess it's better to win the race for a small margin rather than winning for a long distance. You know, you want to be in contact with the fleet. That's the most important, especially in this field in Gran Canaria, that we have seen that there's no one favorite end, so you better stay in contact and keep with the fleet.
Yeah, it's true. But then again, Cuba, they're at the bottom of the rank of the scoreboard right now. They're the ones that have the least amount of points. If they want to get really back into it and have a chance, well, they're going to have to take some risks.
That is true. That is totally right.
So, Cuba going off to the left, deciding to take a little bit of risk in order to get themselves back up onto the leaderboard. This is race number 3. If they manage to get a 4th race in, depending on what the wind does, but we're looking at I think right now the wind looks nice, and they're forecasting for the wind to keep on building, so there should be no problem today. We should be able to get all races in, which would mean that this is their first of the 2 races they're doing today, and this race will count only, shall we say, will not count double in points. No. So, coming out of this, the winner will get 4 points, second 3 points, third place 2 points, last place 1 point.
That's it. Yeah. Now you are seeing that the left is getting a little better. So Estonia and Portugal are doing better than Chile right now. It's like changing a little the geometry of the situation of the course. We'll see if this is keep going to the left or going back to the right. Now Estonia is looking better than Portugal and Chile.
Yeah, difficult to say right here exactly, because just like you were saying, Juan, this is the beginning of the race. These teams right now all they're trying to do really is to have that advantage. So far, they don't want to be fighting with one another. That would, often I say what you want to do is win the war, not the battle. Yeah. And we saw an unbelievable show yesterday with Tahiti coming back and cutting through 2 boats that were just parked, and they won the war, and the others were battling between them too. They didn't see Tahiti coming, and there it was. So this is what these teams are doing right now. Not so much battling against one another. It looks like as though we've had just a cross right here, as we have Portugal that has decided to duck underneath Chile and keep going off to the right. So they must be seeing something that perhaps only them and Estonia are seeing.
Yeah. Now next cross, Estonia in the leader. We'll see what happened from here to the weather mark.
So it looks as though what we're seeing right here, and obviously it's difficult for us to be able to see exactly what's going on the race course, but tactically speaking, having Chile come back to the center of the race course gives them pretty much safety. We just said that if you go off to one side, off to the sides, so it's either big gains or big losses, as boats stay more in the middle of the race course, well, they're taking less chances. So Chile playing it safe. They are the leaders in this here in this field, and so we see them sort of going back into the middle. So interesting to analyze that Chile, being the leader with the most points, is not taking as much risk as the others and staying in the middle.
Yep.
And Cuba has to do something bold, and they're off all the way off to the left-hand side. And right now we see the distance between Estonia and Cuba, which is only about 30 meters.
Yeah.
So interesting. We already see the different ways that things are going on, and if we look at the 3D image right now, well, we're getting a good idea about what's going on the race course. It kind of looks as though we might be getting a left-hand shift.
Yeah, Cuba is looking very well. Cutting meters is almost even with Estonia.
Look at that. Now Cuba is about to take the lead.
Yes, a big lead, huh?
Having gone back. Remember, snakes and ladders, we were talking about that yesterday. Good job, Team Cuba, going out to the left, seeing something the others didn't see, taking a big risk, and it's paying.
Yeah, you're right, Jan. That's the way. I mean, they took the risk. They need to win this race. They went alone to the left, and it's giving a big dividends right now. The crossing is very, very, very far away in front.
And so there he goes. Now we see with a Team Chile that sort of stayed in the middle. Well, they are actually, of the three other boats, the furthest one to the left. So Team Chile, if they were to attack right now, they would still stay in the middle, and perhaps they can take profit of this lift that Cuba is getting right now.
Yeah.
Very interesting right now. Look at the distance. Cuba now has a lead on Estonia. They were 35 meters behind. They are now 90, and it's going quick. Whoa, we're already up past 100 meters difference. So Cuba just taking a risk and getting out in front. We are 1,100 meters away from the weather mark. Cuba has now augmented their lead to 130 meters. This is looking really good for Cuba.
That's right, and we'll see what happens with the rest of the boat, if it's going to come the left or it's going to be more pressure on the right. Now Portugal is looking very nice. Still, if he's in the right and the next shift is coming from the left, but seems like he's like getting away from that and has a good pressure to keep going, no?
Yeah. It looks like they do have pressure. It looks like right now we're sort of stabilized at 160 meters difference between Cuba and Portugal. Portugal, like you said, being able to come back. So maybe we're seeing a little bit more pressure. It's sort of been the trend. We've been seeing more pressure out on the right-hand side. We've seen sort of the wind more off to the left. Except for yesterday, we were seeing some really big shifts going off to the right. So interesting. We do expect the wind to turn right a little bit as the day goes on. That's what we've been seeing, and we also expect the wind to get a little bit stronger. From what I heard, where they're sailing right now, the water is a little bit more flat, or rather they have less sea state because of we're not sailing anymore in the same region that we were sailing in the other days. I think they went a little more south.
Okay.
Is what I heard, and so it definitely looks like those boats are not getting slammed around as much.
Yeah, it's true. It looks much more stable than the previous day. The boat, the forestay is not moving so much. Looks like there are less waves, so yeah, it's going to make a difference, especially going downwind.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
waves are affecting much more the apparent wind.
I mean, of course, I would love to see them out in the big waves and surfing down waves, and but like we've been saying, and we will continue to say so, we need to keep these boats in good shape. Everybody are using the same boats. These boats are going to be used all the way until the finals. So we still have 20 some odd days of racing. They need to baby the boats. Yes, we want to see some actions, but it's really important that boats don't break. That could be potentially disastrous especially on a day like today, where the racing will count double in points after this race.
Yeah, it's true. It's the most important thing is to take care of the crew and the boats. I mean, if you don't have boats, you don't have a championship. So I think crews are very aware of that, and they're taking it seriously. So it's a good thing.
Yep, that's very well said, Juan. If you don't have boats, you don't have a championship. So the first rule here is let's make sure that we take care of our boats. Let's do some nice, clean, mark roundings, and some clean hoists and clean drops, and that's proven to be quite the challenge for the teams here. Okay, here we are, 120 meters until we get to the weather mark. Cuba now with a 182-meter lead. What a great job.
Yeah.
They're out in front now. They just got to keep a cool, calm head about this.
Pinching. It's very close to the weather mark. Almost they didn't do it.
Yeah, they almost touch it. If they touch that mark, they will get penalized, and they will have to do a 360. So a 360 is made up of, is not just turning the boat around. They have to do one tack and one jibe. That is the official meaning of doing a 360. Now let's take a look here as Cuba hoists the spinnaker for the first time today. Let's see how this goes. It needs to be smooth. They need to stay out in front.
Yeah.
Come on, grinders. Looks like they're not all the way up yet. Oh, Nelito doesn't look very satisfied with that one. Okay, jib's coming down. Spinnaker is hoisting it, but I can tell from how that spinnaker looks, they're not all the way up.
They start a little earlier going up with the kite. Maybe a little risky if you are winning the regatta. We want to put the boat and go down first and then put the spinnaker up. But instead they didn't do it like the Portugal guys. They put the bow down and then they put the kite up.
Yeah, you can see. Look at how flat the boat is.
Yeah.
You can even see the water off the right-hand side. So you can tell the boat is really flat.
Yep.
So no pressure now in the spinnaker, and so therefore easy to get it all the way up. There it is. It's all the way up. You can tell.
Yeah, Cuba did it in the other side.
And yeah, exactly. They filled it up
way.
a little too quickly. Then they had a hard time. Then that means now you got to hoist your spinnaker, and there's pressure in it. It just makes everything much more difficult and actually slower. It looks like Estonia did a great job as well here, putting up their spinnaker, putting the pressure on Portugal. Remember, Estonia and Portugal, Estonia is just behind Portugal in the standings. So important that they beat Portugal. Estonia is not so concerned about Cuba. Even though they are on tied points with them, what they really want to do is get Portugal, and if they can get Cuba as well, then that would be great.
Yeah, that's right. Now Chile needs to come back from this first windward leg. So there is 3 legs to go. A lot of work to do.
So Chile, they were the leaders here on the board, and currently in 4th place, about 360 meters back behind our leaders, Team Cuba.
It was complicated first windward leg because you could see that the full left, Cuba was getting first and full right most of the time. Portugal was getting second, so it seems like both ends of the course were good. One with the shift, the right one with the pressure probably with Portugal, but in the middle it was not so favored, you know.
So, I mean, it is a perfect question for you. You're a skipper, so tactics is something that you know very, very well. What do you do in this position? Do you go off to the right because there's more pressure? Do you stay off to the left-hand side? I mean, if it was an advantage to go up windward on the left, it should be an advantage to go on the right-hand side downwind. What do you think?
Well, Jan, you mentioned it before. I mean, Cuba don't have anything to lose, and he wanted to go left and take advantage of what could happen on the left corner, and they did it. But if you are winning the series and you want to get in touch, you don't want to make too much risk, and also you don't want to copy and go behind the one that in front of you, because you of course will be getting
you're right, absolutely,
behind them in the weather mark. So
you're not going to pass a boat by staying behind them.
Yes, so it's not easy to decide what to do. To copy the guys that are in front of you, or take the risk of Cuba in the middle. That's what Chile did. He crossed to the left at the end of the first windward. Seems like the left was not so strong when they did it.
In terms of wind pressure.
And the pressure was still with Portugal and Estonia, especially with Portugal.
Yep.
So they were in the middle of, it's hard to say, because now they already did this. We're like in the middle of nowhere. I mean, didn't have the left.
Yeah, you're in a sort of a no man's land in the middle. You've got the tactical advantage on the left, the pressure on the right.
Yeah.
Kind of the middle.
Yeah, and also in the left you have some shifts coming from land, and some puffs. You have a little more wind coming from land.
A little bit of a...
The further you go to the left and the closer you are to the land. So if you are a little away from that, you are not getting that. So you are not getting the
some land effects.
Yes, there is some here. Yeah.
And how about current?
Here we don't have much current, I understand. I mean, you have all this swell from the northeast. It's like
the swell we've been seeing these last couple days.
Yeah, it's the speed of the wave, but you don't really have a tide. I mean, the tide difference here, you see the upper level of the tide and the lower is very small. So you don't have much water going in and out.
Coming in and out. Okay.
It's just
so not such an issue. Sometimes we can see that if you go closer to land, you have less current, or you'll have more if you're out in the channel. Or okay. Well, very good. Thanks for that information, that insight right there from being out on the water and been racing these last couple days. So we're 18 minutes into it. We are down on leg 2. We are approaching the halfway point of this race, the halfway point being when they're going to go down through the gates. And that is the next very delicate moment that we'll see in this race.
Yeah. So it looks like Portugal is again getting a little more on the left, trying to get this breeze that make him getting second to the windward mark. So they are protecting a little more the left. Well, now we see Estonia is the more in the lefty.
It looks like a jibe from Estonia again, that we just saw here.
Seems like Chile is.
We're going to have a port starboard situation with Chile. Looks like Estonia, at least here, is clear out in front. There it is. There we see the onboard. So Estonia, no problem. Obviously, they are the right-of-way boats. I would say rather no problem for Chile. They don't have to avoid Estonia. But right now, they are looking to hunt down the first 2 boats. So there is no reason, or there is actually no point, to start a little battle between Estonia and Chile, especially knowing Estonia is sitting currently 3rd in the standings and Chile is 1st, with quite a difference in points. So 840 meters before we get down to the gates. We are on leg 2 for this race number 3 in fleet number 2. Remember, today is the golden day where all races, except for this one, will count double in points. They need to finish their 3rd race, as all the other fleets have already raced 3 races. Yesterday, there was not enough wind for this fleet to be able to race and do their third race, so they're doing it this morning. That's why we're out here. We're on the air a little bit earlier. We're 1 hour earlier than our normal scheduled timing, but that's the way it is. That's how it is in sail racing. The race committee chairman Paul Hutton that we saw earlier, that was his decision last night, and he made that aware to all teams. As a matter of fact, even you at home could have been aware of this if you go and check out the official notice board on starsailors.com. Here we go, on board with Team Portugal. Let's listen in as they're going to put in a jibe. That was very nice right there. Good, very good jibe right there. And they are the starboard boat, I see. It looks like there is a jibe going on with Team Cuba. Team Cuba having a tough time here on this downwind. There is definitely being attacked by Team Portugal, as it is right now. If they were to go off onto that right-hand side gate, Portugal has the overlap and has the right of way, so they have room at the mark.
Incredible how Portugal gets close to Cuba in this downwind leg. I mean, they are just nose to nose, but Cuba has the benefit of being blocking the wind to Portugal. But
that's right. So,
but if there is one more jibe, then they're in a complicated situation.
For sure. Well, I think they are already in a complicated situation here for Team Cuba. As we said, Portugal is just off to the right-hand side of the screen right there. So there you go. See right there. Portugal right now has an overlap on the back of the boat, on the transom of the boat of Cuba, and so therefore they have the right of way as soon as they're going to get into that yellow circle that you see down there. And look who's coming off to the left. Estonia. So Estonia decided to go off to the left, but they are a port side boat, so they do not have the right of way. It's going to be very important for them to keep clear. Looks like they're going off to the left-hand side, and it looks like a clean drop for Estonia. Looks as though Cuba still has their spinnaker up.
He didn't put the
what is going on? There's something going on. What is going on here with Cuba?
Maybe they were over the line, or what could happen?
Oh, what happened? There is now something is going on. Let me find out here. What is going on? Oh, this is catastrophe for the Pirates of the Caribbean right now. Just looks like they've been taken out. Why are they leaving the race course? The only thing I can think of is they were OCS, over course starts.
I don't know.
But they should have been told that at the weather mark.
Yeah, probably.
We should have heard something.
Yeah. Or maybe.
Do they have a problem on their boat and they can't take the spinnaker down?
They were very close to the pin, and you remember at the start.
Yeah,
they were
you're right.
almost touching the pin. I don't know if this is related to
maybe
this.
Maybe they did touch the pin.
Or maybe, yeah.
Okay, so we don't know what's going on right now. We will have information. Don't worry about it. It's going to come. We will know what's going on. For the time being, in our opinion, we're thinking an OCS start.
Yeah, OCS start. Usually they put a flag when you're OCS, so they should have seen the start. The flag.
Yeah, we should have seen the flag, or at least we should have heard the two. The two sound signals.
Yeah, that's true. So probably they touched the pin.
For an individual recall on an OCS start, we should have at least seen something go on at the weather mark, indicating to them that they're out and they should have not raced. Very interesting. So this means that this is really bad.
Yeah, for Cuba now.
So now Cuba is out. That's
the
it.
game is over. Yes, unfortunately.
They will not qualify. I mean, the math right there is pretty simple to do. So looks like, that's unfortunate. It looks like it's going to be Estonia, Chile, and Peru. Right now we have a 3-boat race, and and then we'll see what's happening right now. Take a look. Projected results, top left-hand side of your screen, right there. You see Chile, as it stands right now, even though they are the third-place boat right here, they have 10 points. Portugal 8, Estonia 7, and Cuba 4. So tough break for Cuba right there. But look at it. There's nothing in it between Estonia and Portugal. In order for Estonia and Portugal to be tied, we need Chile to be in second place and Estonia to stay out in front. And then we'll have a tie. And then we'll have a tie, and we'll only have 2 points difference between the first and the third place boat. So this could be setting itself up to be an absolutely epic last final fourth race, especially that fourth race will be in doubling points, so which means that if you finish first you'll get 8 points, 6 points for second, 4 points for third. It's interesting, very interesting. Things are completely changing. We are on leg 3, so this is the final windward beat that we're doing.
Yeah.
And one boat is out. Just non-stop action here. Every single race, something's happening. We have drama in one way or another.
Pure Cuba. Cuba yesterday get a penalty. You remember with the bowsprit, they had to pay. They were winning the regatta.
Oh, that's
they
right.
They had to pay a 360 because the bowsprit went out too early.
Yeah.
It was a very. Now they
so
were.
this bowsprit issue is something really interesting that to talk about, and there's a lot of penalties and this and that. So there, first of all, let's be very clear. There is no particular moment where you can or you cannot take out the bowsprit. That's the first thing. The only thing which is important is, as soon as that bowsprit comes out, you have to be working on putting your spinnaker up.
That's
now,
right.
if you're smart about it, you could put the bowsprit out and slowly work on bringing your spinnaker out and buy yourself some time. But if that bowsprit comes out and you're hoisting your spinnaker, you're going to get a penalty.
That's right. That's right. We have seen it more than one time.
Yeah.
This bowsprit penalization. So now Estonia, we saw it he got the left coming out in the windward leg on the starboard pin downwind, and he gains just rounding the mark on the right, and he gained 100 meters in the next cross. So it was the left now is again giving some dividends, you know.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting that left-hand side, is paying dividends, as you say.
Yeah.
So, Juan, I have some news. I have some news from race committee, which are telling me that there were no OCS. So, the start was good.
The start was good.
The start was good.
So what was it then?
So it seems as though they have retired, but we don't know why. We don't know what's going on. This is information I'm getting from race committee.
Okay.
It seems as though they have retired. So they're telling me we'll find out what the short team says and what's happening.
Wow.
Could perhaps we have see another break? Something happened. Remember, I was wondering if they were having an issue taking down their spinnaker. I don't know. Maybe we'll see it on the 3D. Maybe they're 2 kilometers further down right now.
Jan, what happens now is really, really amazing. I mean, Portugal is going to third place, Chile to second one. I don't know what happened with Portugal, but they have a big distance. I don't know if Portugal has a problem in some sail or something, but we need to see.
Yeah, let's take a look here. The drama is going out here on the race course. It looks like we have another issue now with Portugal. No. Everything's okay. No, it was just a little bit of lag.
Okay.
Woo!
He's back in the track.
It's just a little bug. Okay.
Okay, it's now.
All right, everything's back to. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so apparently the information I'm getting now is we had an issue with the winch. So mechanical issue on board with team Cuba. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, so 30 minutes into racing, we are on the second leg on our way up. We're only a few hundred meters away from, I see Cuba down at the bottom left. So Cuba is back in the game. They're very, very far down, 1 nautical mile back, but they have managed to take their spinnaker down and they are coming back. So Cuba will most likely be able to finish the race. It looks right now as though Chile has managed to come back. Portugal is second. Estonia is now in third, but they are the most left-hand side boat.
Yeah.
Anything could happen. We'll see what happens when Portugal and Chile tack. Is Estonia going to get that lift and pass back out in front? This is going to be a very close one as we get to the windward mark.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's incredible. Now Estonia is third. Chile and Portugal are nose to nose. It's changing all the time. I mean, you cannot.
It's changing all the time. It's yeah. This is making it really exciting. Obviously, you know, for Cuba for all the wrong reasons, but yeah. So a little bit of quite a lot of excitement out there. It looks as though Portugal right now is getting close to the ley line.
Yep.
They're probably going to put in attack at any moment now. There it is. That's not Portugal, but that's attack anyways. So it looks like that's Chile. Chile is the furthest boat out to the right. You can just see Portugal out behind the Genoa right there on the center of your screen, slightly left. So Chile has tacked, Portugal has tacked. Chile is slightly windward of Portugal, so they're not, doesn't look like they are in the wind shadow of Portugal, which is a very, very good thing for Chile. And we are 440 meters away from the windward mark. And coming up right now on a port tack is Team Estonia. Look at Estonia. Look at that. The lead for Portugal is just dwindling down to 9 meters. They are about to cross.
Oops.
Let's look here. Let's see what happens. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Estonia is going to have to tack as they are a port side boat. Now they are just leeward of Portugal. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what's going to happen here at the windward mark. There is a probability that Estonia will not be able to make the mark and will then have to tack again. Depending on what's going on, Portugal is over the top of them with more speed. So as we're looking right here, it doesn't look like any of the teams are actually going to make it. Except perhaps Chile. So let's see what happens as these two battle it out. Number 5 right there on the left-hand side of your screen. That is Estonia as we are on board and looking at Portugal pulling hard, keeping that boat flat, trying to make it to the windward mark. Looks like a slight right-hand shift right now. Perhaps Estonia will get into that. We are only a couple boat lengths away from Estonia having the right of way right there. That must be about three boat lengths right now. So Estonia has the right of way. They can ask for room at the mark, and Portugal has to give them room. Now, Estonia right now is the right of way boat. They can't really luff Portugal. because they have to make their route to they have to keep their route to the offshore, to the offset. But right now, here we go. This is a crucial moment. Last time the spinnakers are going up. Let's take a look at what's going to happen right here. We're on board with Portugal for the last hoist of this race. We see Estonia with a good hoist just in the background right there. Oh, and a fast drop for Team Estonia. Good job on Portugal. Looks like it's simultaneous. Having issues right there on Portugal getting the jib down. That's going to be a problem. That takes a little bit of wind out of the spinnaker. So perhaps a slight advantage for Team Estonia right there. Now let's see what Estonia is going to do. We didn't talk about Chile, but Chile is just in the background. So looks like Chile, as I'm looking underneath the boom here. Yep, no problem for Chile. We're on board. Looks like smooth sailing, pun intended, for Team Chile right now.
But now being in the back is not so bad, because if they want in the front jibe, you jibe, and this tactically, sometimes in this case, it is better to be behind than rather than being in the front. So,
so a good tactical positioning for Chile. If the two boats in front jibe, they'll just jibe on top of them, steal their wind.
Yeah. So still have some good opportunities here. They are in touch. The three boats are in touch now, very close each other. So anything can happen. Now
Look at that! Just a boat, probably. I'm guessing a boat and a half length between the two boats right here.
Yep.
Look in the back, sneakily. Chile is trying to luff, trying to steal Estonia's wind right now. Remember, Chile is the leader of this group. Currently in second place in the overall standings of this group is Portugal, who have the lead right now. So very good. Estonia right there, stuck in the middle.
Usually here is a war of going down as much as possible without losing the speed. Because if you are a little down, then in the next jibe you have an opportunity to
luff a little bit more and be higher.
To shadow them. I mean, now Chile is trying to go in faster and doing the opposite, but.
So Chile right now is heading up a little bit more.
Yeah.
So they're making a longer distance to the mark. But what they're trying to do is steal the wind right there from Team Estonia, which is in the middle right there. And we'll see what Team Estonia is going to do. It looks like as we look at the spinnaker of Team Estonia, we will immediately see if their wind is.
Yeah, they're gonna jibe.
Yeah, they are going to jibe. Yeah, they have to jibe. They have to get out of there.
Yeah. Yes.
Chile doing a real good job at stealing the wind of Estonia, forcing Estonia to jibe to go get some fresh air.
There you are.
Looks like Portugal out in front was so low. The spinnaker really didn't look like there was much pressure in it.
I think it's a good position to go low, and match the jibe of the one behind you, and try to go a little. You see, then if they both jibe, Chile and Portugal, they are has a clean air to go in the opposite side. That's the good thing of being a little lower than the one behind you.
Yeah, so Portugal now getting some fresh air.
Yeah, still because they have a good distance with the Chilean team. They are 7 or 8 boat lengths. Now they are jibing, looks like.
Yep, yeah. Coming back to the middle, looks like everybody has jibed right now.
Yep.
So again, Portugal trying to stay in the middle, not taking as much risks, limiting the risk. But we are only, there are only 80 meters between Chile and the first boat right there.
Yep.
Really, we've seen so many changes happening. Cuba still in the race. They're all the way in the background there. You see on the right-hand side of your screen, that's Cuba. They've put up their spinnaker, so they're back. They're back. They're 900 meters back. That's quite a ways. They won't be able to catch up to the others, but at least they will have this race put some points on the board.
Yeah, it's important to finish. You get them one more point. So
if they weren't finishing, then they weren't getting any points.
that's right.
So important to finish, even if you finish last. Keep your chances up. You never know what's going to happen in the finals, but as it stands right now, well, we were talking about it, and there it is. There it appears on the top left hand of your screen. Chile currently with 10 points. Portugal with 9, Estonia with 6 points, and Cuba with 4. And that will be the results. Well, that's the current results right now for this race number 3. As soon as they race, which will be in 2 races, it'll be double in points. So lots of things happening today. This is the first race to 5. We've got a long day of sailing ahead of us and a lot of excitements. Wait till you find out the other fleets.
Look at this shipping. The container ship is in the middle of the field, so you need to decide where to go in the downwind leg. You know, you need to
Yeah,
decide.
because those big ships right there. Well, they're going to cast a wind shadow.
Yep.
Now, you might be thinking to yourself at home, well, why in the world are they sailing in the middle of all these big ships? Well, Las Palmas de Gran Canaria is a very, very busy, is actually the busiest harbor of all the islands, because all of the major container ships come here and then they drop it back off to smaller container ships that'll go off to the island. So this is a really big hub. And at the same time, we don't want to be too far offshore for several different reasons. For one, it's very deep. So race committee will have to put some marks down in several hundred meters of water, which is extremely difficult. And the second reason being is we want to have a little bit of less swell than we've been seeing these last couple days. So trying to sort of sail in the protected area where we still have wind, but we have less swell. So sometimes you'll get a container ship out in the middle of the...
Yeah, it's part of the game, huh?
But you know what? That container ship has been there since this morning. The teams have seen it, or at least I hope so.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing for everybody. That container ship is there for everybody, so they're going to have to deal with it. So will everybody else. So it's very fair. We see the jury on the motorboat just in the back in his umpire suit right there. Just behind Estonia, as it's a very close racing between our 3 leaders here, Portugal, Estonia, and Chile out in front. Like we said earlier, the jury is an international jury. The best of the best are out here. These are Olympic juries, so they are very, very pointy, and as that's what we expect of them.
Yep.
And we really appreciate the way they do their job, and also make, you know, when you have guys like that out in the water, the sailors are not going to be messing around because they know that they're going to get penalized. So it makes for some great racing. We've got some good wind out on the water. We are on the last leg here. Race number 3, fleet number 2, 600 meters to go. We've been racing for 43 minutes. Race committee has a target time of 45 minutes, and it looks like we will be on time right now for that. 1 minute left to go for the target time, which makes absolutely no difference in the results, but we are 500 meters away from the finishing line. Portugal is jibing right now. Things are getting close. We were just having, there's Estonia on the left-hand side, Chile in the back.
Yep.
It's getting very, very tight. Take a look right here at what's going on with Portugal and Chile. Estonia and Portugal, excuse me. 2 meters in it, 370 meters left to go. This is super important for Estonia to get 4 points onto the leaderboard. Portugal now out in front, 290 meters left. Estonia is trying to do everything they can as they're getting harassed and attacked by Chile in the back. 235 meters left to go. Portugal looks like they're pulling out a slight lead now. What's going to happen? Is Portugal going to be able to bear away and go down and cross the line? Or are they going to have to put in another jibe? At what point? At this point, that would be a good thing for Estonia, who perhaps will catch up to them. Oh, it looks like Portugal now is making it out in front. So, clear. Portugal is clear of Estonia. There it is, and that's the finish right there. So Portugal did not have to jibe, and that puts in 4 points for Team Portugal. Very, very important for them. Estonia putting in 3 points. Very good for them. These are good for these two teams. This is going to tighten everything back up in terms of the point standing. So very good. Only 5 seconds in it between Portugal and Estonia on that finish.
Very tight finish, very tight racing in this regatta. Second windward, getting into the weather mark. All the boats were so close and finished the same way. So.
Yeah, very, very close right there. We had a little bit of an issue with Cuba there, where we think it might have been a technical problem, but you know, that's hard to say. We'll get some more information and find out exactly what happened with Cuba. Right now, it looks as though, well, it doesn't look as though, it is Portugal who finishes first, Estonia second, and Chile in third. It'll be interesting to see afterwards what the points will be for all these teams. And here we go with the short team stepping up right there. Now these guys right here that you see in the blue shirt right there with his backpack on, well, he's the one that's responsible for the boats, and it's really important for him to be able to make sure that everything is okay on the boat, and so that it's a fair playing for the next team. These guys are up early in the morning checking the boats. I saw they were bringing new winch handles out there today. You know, they're constantly working on it, and for the time being, they can be thankful. I think they're not having to do too much work on the boats, but if there was to be a collision or there were to be some work, these guys sometimes, and we've seen it before, have worked through the night to get the boats going. So you can imagine being out there on the motorboats, taking care of their babies, and then having to work all night long. Well, it's a good thing that the boats are in good shape, and you know, they've been working for weeks to get these boats ready, and especially making sure all these boats are exactly the same.
Yeah, that's very important. Yeah, it's good they don't have any issues, any crashes. We hope they keep like this.
Yeah, and you know, it's important, and we've said it before, we'll say it again, all the boats are exactly the same. And because what really interests us here at the SSL Gold Cup is we want to see what the differences are between the sailors, not the technical boat aspect. So as long as everybody's sailing on the same boat, then you know, it's very, very fair, and that's what makes this racing just really interesting.
That's right.
It has nothing to do with the equipment. It has everything to do with the team players. There it is, Cuba just crossed the finishing line. Here comes the shore team onto the boat. There we go, coming on with their bags and getting ready, making sure everything's happening. Now let's go. Let's try to find out what's going to be happening on that Cuban boat. So here it is, race number 3 for fleet number 2. After 45 minutes and 49 seconds, that's That's pretty crazy. 4 points for Team Portugal, 3 for Estonia, 2 for Chile, and 1 small point for Cuba. Now let's take a look at the overall results for the teams for this fleet. Excuse me. There we go. After 3 races, so Chile with 9 points, Chile with 10 points, Portugal with 9, Estonia with 6, and Cuba with 4. Now, it'll be interesting. Now it's up to you back home to figure out who could potentially pass through. If you take a look at Chile, imagine that they were going to be in last place. They would only have 2 points. If we take a look at Cuba, let's say they were to win the last one, they would have 8 points. So then at that point, we would have Cuba and Chile that would be tied, right? Yep. So Cuba is not completely out of it. It's possible.
Yeah.
They can make it back in. If we do have a tie situation, then we'll be looking at the team that has won the most amount of times.
Yeah.
So obviously, if there was a tie between Chile and Cuba, Chile having won twice, Cuba never having won, Chile would win. And things like that. But we'll take a look at all of that and all that information a little bit more in detail as those situations arise. If you are interested at home in finding out, how does all this happen? Like we said before, and you see at the bottom right-hand side of our screen, you can go starsailors.com. And right there, you can go and check out on the official notice board. You can go and look at the racing instructions. Yes, you can go and take a look and read the sailing instructions, and you will know exactly what's going on and what are the rules. So follow us on Instagram, yes, on Facebook, and we will be very happy to give you all sorts of information, including pictures and there's so many things to say, and there is so much more racing going on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was the first of 5 races today. We are going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the second race of the day.
How long have you been sailing? Describe how you started.
I've been sailing since I was 7. For my 8th birthday party, my parents gave me an Opti, my first Opti.
Wow.
It was a green boat. I really liked it.
Yeah, same for me, 8 years old, and been hooked ever since.
I started earlier with my parents on the boat, and as a baby I used to go with them. And then I started Opti quite early as well, around 4, long time ago.
Is pizza with pineapple a pizza?
No way.
No.
Nasty.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
No.
Let me argue.
Next question. Next question.
We shouldn't discuss
What is the most useless skill you possess?
sympathy.
No, this is not. What's something that you've never been able to do well?
Mathematics at school.
I was always really, really bad at reading books. So I would start reading a page of a book. I would go, okay, I'm pretty good at this. I'm doing quite fine. I would go to the next one, and immediately I would forget anything that I read. So I had to go back page by page because I was always forgetting.
I'm quite short-sighted, so it's really hard for me to find the marks. And we are suffering that this week.
Or we saw it in the first race against Australia. Or play basketball. What's a perfect jive?
The one you roll your position, even if it's a bad one.
Who is the good parada? This is a good one. This is a good one. This is a good one. What are we gonna say?
Who is the good parada?
Both of them are good.
Yes, I think both of them are great.
Yes, I guarantee you that the duo works amazing. The duo is the best parada.
What are you doing on the boat? For me, it's easy because I do this, like this, and whenever I stop, they start yelling more. So I go again more and go again more. So all day I'm
with the
doing
bat
this.
like that?
I am hiking like this and I do trim facu trim, and he's like, I already heard you.
And I just screamed, hike harder, hike harder.
What is your best memory as a sailor?
Oof.
In or out of the water? For me, I think it would be the first race of the Rio Olympics, because I was very young, and for me it was like a first experience, and I was not expecting to be racing in an Olympics so young, and I arrived there and won the first race. So I mean, at that time I couldn't believe my eyes.
To me, not as a sailor, but as a coach, for sure, being Santi's coach when he won the Olympics at Rio. So yeah, that was outstanding.
For me, I didn't go to the Olympics, but I have wanted to do a campaign for a while, and I couldn't find the place to do it. And my first race, I remember, in the 470 Europeans, that was my first Olympic class regatta, was very nice. I remember it very well. How many fires does Tommy shoot on I know!
How many fires? How many fires does Tommy shoot on Instagram a day? Countless. Impossible to count. Impossible.
Wait.
What music instrument has the most annoying sign to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo.
Trumpet.
Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? Ooh, it depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot.
No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that, and was good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're back. Let's find out what is going to happen out on the water. But before we do get out there and see Fleet 4 racing, let's take a look at the national anthems. And we're back for our second race of the day here of fleet number 4. And this is the first race of the day, of the Golden Day, where it will count double in points. The results will count double in points. Here we go with the team lineup here for the Czech Republic as we take a look at their boat right there. And we have captain of this boat, which is Andre Tepley. He is a Finn sailor, went to the World Championships. He actually won the World Championships back in 2018. And in 2021, he was European champion. We are going to go quite quickly through this. We have 2 minutes left until the beginning of the start. Here we have Team Lithuania. Team Lithuania with Captain Rokas Milevičius. He was selected to go to the 2012 Olympics. He's been on the ocean race. He sailed with Brunel. He's been captain of Amber Sail. He's raced the European and VO65 Sprint Cup in 2023. He has a lot of experience. Tactician there in the back that you saw. Here we go, South Africa with Captain Ian Ainsley right there at the helm, and back in the back right there, number 18, Mark Sadler. Very, very good tactician right there. He's the one that's been making all the choices on board, and he has quite the resume. And next we have Team Oman. Team Oman right here with the captain Nasser Al-Mashiri, and these are big boat sailors. These are the ones perhaps that so far here they have least amount of experience on board, but they have been sailing really quite well. Provisional overall as it stands right now after 3 races. We have Lithuania and South Africa tied at 10 points. The Czech Republic and Oman. So for the time being, it's looking like Lithuania and South Africa will be going through, and it seems as though Oman, perhaps they are playing their last card here to be able to stay into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back out onto the water. 30 seconds left before the start of this race. And we're on board with Team Czech Republic. So 17 seconds left here as we go. We're seeing they're on a port tack. This is very interesting. What's going to happen? Are they going to tack? No, it looks like they're going to be going in on a port tack. Very interesting here. The Czech Republic looks like they'll be actually tacking in front. They're tacking in front of 2 boats. This is the first time we've seen a boat come in on a port tack. Really interesting. From what I see, Oman has just crossed the line. It looks as though 2 boats will not be able to... Oh, look at that. Looking like Oman. There's a clear left-hand shift. Oman saw it, and they have got the best start. So, Oman in this first race, double in points, maybe saving themselves up. Looking like our 2 best teams here are having a hard time. They haven't even started to cross finishing line. Here we go. Finally, boats have started and crossed the finishing line. A good lead for Team Oman, which is off on the left-hand side. And they're going to be cashing in as soon as they tack. So, wow, what a start. First time we've seen boats coming in on a port tack. For the starting area, it looks like a big shift. Lithuania and Republic of South Africa right there were not able to get off on a good start right there. They got taken out by that. They didn't see that shift coming, or perhaps they saw it, but too little, too late. And they take the last. They are the last boats off of the start. So remember, this is very, very important. This is the 4th race. It counts double in points. This is the deciding race on who will be qualified here in fleet number 4. Very, very, very important race. And there it is. Oman has now tacked all over to the right. And it looks as though they have a good clean lead of about 60 meters. We are on board here. with Team Czech Republic, Andrej Teplý. You just saw at the bottom of your board. He's the captain of the boat. Two minutes into the race. On the first leg, and really important for these guys to just make sure they get their boat going as fast as possible. Now it's interesting, we see that there was a left-hand shift, and so the boats are now cashing in to that left-hand shift. It looks like the Republic of South Africa has decided that they are willing to go out further to the left in case there is another left-hand shift. Now we're seeing wind speeds out there 7 to 10 knots, the wind direction 350 degrees north. The forecast is sunny, temperature 24 degrees and slightly humid. It looks as though the Republic of South Africa now has just tacked over, and they are now cashing in. There it is. Yep, they're on a port tack. Good to see everybody on that boat. Everybody's really hiking out. That's good to see. That means we've got good weather, good sailing conditions. And there's a tactician right there. We see his head, Mark Sadler, his head popping out. And you do see that there are waves, as you just saw the rib in the back just taken off of a wave. You don't. It doesn't look like there's much wind. Doesn't look like there's much sea state, but as you saw from the rib in the background, there is quite a lot of swell. All right, boats are coming back together here. Team Oman has to tack because they were on a port tack, and they did a very, very nice tack right here, right in front of, it looks like the Czech Republic. So tough place for the Czech Republic. Good sailing by Oman, defensive sailing, and they are in a great, great place. Casting a wind shadow on the Czech Republic as well as on Lithuania. Now it looks like Lithuania is out of the wind shadow, but there's not much they can do. So now Oman sort of going into a high mode so that they can tack whenever they want. It's really interesting. Here we see all the boats coming back together. See that tactically Oman right now is really trying to place themselves off the left. Here you see South Africa coming. We're on with Oman. We're seeing that they're trying to keep themselves in a good place. Sorry, no, we were on with Czech boat. And Oman just trying to keep everybody in check, staying between their opponents and the windward mark. Lithuania in a tough place, just tacked over off to the right-hand side. And you can just see the top of the mast right there of Team Oman as we were on with the Czech Republic. There it is, Lithuania off to the right. It looks as though the Republic of South Africa was also going to the right. As we see now, looks like Lithuania is going off to the right, and South Africa has decided to come back, stay sort of in the middle to the left. Hike, 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 hike. Get that boat flat. They need some power. They gotta give it their all. 45 minutes of racing. This is going to be the most intensive 45 minutes right now of their sailing over these last couple of days. It's super important for Oman. If they want to have even the slightest of chance, they have to finish first. If they don't finish first mathematically, they will not be able to go through. It's interesting for you guys back home. If you go and take a look at our website, starsailors.com, and you look at the results, you know that today is the last race that counts double in points, and you can go and check it out and do some of the math for yourself, and you'll be able to see some of the teams are already qualified, and some of them are pretty much already disqualified. We will let you do the math. Obviously, there can be ties, and at that point, you will have had to read the sailing instructions, which if you'd like to do so, you can. As you likewise said, starsailors.com. You see at bottom right-hand side of your screen right there. Go check it out. You'll get all the information. You can actually find out what's actually going on. You get the notices of race, just like all the sailors here. They go onto that web page right there, and that's how they get all their information. You, as a general public, can also go on there. It is not something that we're hiding. It's something that you can see. Everybody can see. Can go out there and read it. So please go check it out. And then, of course, don't forget to go on our social media, as we have lots of pictures, and we have some really interesting pictures that are coming out there from Martina, who is Martina Orini, who is one of our photographers, as well as Gilles Morel. We saw Gilles yesterday, crazy Gilles right there going into the water, getting some crazy shots as boats go around. So we're really trying to get you some great pictures and some great information. We will have more and more cameras out there on the water as the days are coming. So stick with us. This is the 32nd round of the finals here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series. And it looks like we're just losing that picture just a little bit. So let's keep going back here to the racing. Team Oman is still in the lead. They have 64 meters lead over the others. It's a small lead, but they've been keeping it since the beginning, so good to see. It's really interesting to see what they're doing. They're really placing themselves between their opponents, and there's Iti right there that you see on the bottom right. She was with us here in the booth. I believe it was yesterday. So, Romanian sailor she is. Yeah, really interesting to have her and get her opinion right there, and great to see her as she just goes down hiking. And you'll notice that there are no hiking straps, so they're just holding on. They are just holding on to the side of the boats. There are no hiking straps, there are no hiking harnesses. They are simply holding onto the sheets and trying not to fall overboard. Now we see that the sea state here, we said it was quite bumpy, big swells, but I can tell you it's a lot less bumpy than the first days where we were seeing easily 2 to 3 meter swells. So they were looking only at 1 to 1.5 meters, which for these race boats is already quite a bit. Here we are, 140 meters until we get to the weather mark. We're on the first race. Here is the weather mark for Team Oman. Now, let's hope the pressure doesn't get to them and that they give us a clean hoist. Oh, there's Gilles. We were talking about how he was in the water yesterday. There is a man in the water. Man in the water. Here we go, we're on a beam reach. They're about to get to the offset. Let's go on board and listen as Team Oman hoists their spinnaker in first place. Up, 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 up. Bitty's screaming up, up, up. The spinnaker wasn't all the way up. So, not too bad, not perfect, but the spinnaker is up. The jib is down. And it's looking good. Let's take a look here in the back. That's the Czech Republic. Puts their spinnaker up. That's a good hoist from the Czech Republic. It's a good hoist from the Republic of South Africa. Sorry, Lithuania, excuse me. And this is South Africa. So, good clean hoists for everybody in these 10 knots of wind. Now it's actually easier to be able to set up a spinnaker in 10 knots of wind than it is in a very, very light breeze, because you just have a little bit more pressure and you can actually fill that spinnaker up a lot easier than if you have a little bit of wind and it's really difficult. You have to really luff in order to be able to fill up that spinnaker. So we're seeing very nice hoists there for everybody. Oman still with 60 meters lead. They're out in front and they're controlling the lead. Now they're controlling the fleet. Now be careful, because the wind is coming from behind. It is super important that Oman takes a look at what's happening behind them. All the action is behind them. And look at some of that swell. I am sure that we are going to get some boats surfing down. Take a look up at the top left-hand side of your screen. The projected results as it stands right now. Republic of South Africa and Lithuania tied with 8 points. Oman and the Czech Republic tied with 7. It looks like South Africa and Lithuania is going out. Nope, we've had a change. Sorry, that was incorrect. This is the correct standing right now. That is not possible. We will get back to you with those results. Let's keep concentrating on what's happening here out on the water. Let me tell you what, the first boat that crosses the line will get 8 points. I'll tell you that much, okay? And that's what we're concentrating on right now. Let's take a look at what these teams are doing, because we are on the second leg on the first downwind. We will be coming up, in a couple hundred meters to the leeward gate. And this is going to be the critical part of this racing. As they get down to these leeward gates, we have seen so much drama going on at these leeward gates. This really could make it or break it for some of these teams. And it looks like there's a jibe going on in the back for the Republic of South Africa. As we were on that on board, I just saw them beginning to jibe. Let's take a look. There we go. We see here on the 3D. Oh, and there's Oman. Oh, getting a little pump in. That wasn't a very, very defined pump right there. So not sure that they managed to get as much as they wanted out of that pump. They are very, very concentrated. You can tell the pressure is on right now for Oman. Oman is on a port tack. They're coming back towards the Czech Republic and Lithuania, who are on starboard. Back, back, back. There's some pressure going on right now. What's going on? It looks as though perhaps the two teams, the Czech Republic and Lithuania, may have jibe. Looks like right here from what I'm seeing on the 3D screen, it looks like everybody is on a port tack coming in down to the gates. Oman have lost a couple meters, about 15 meters, but I'll tell you what, on a downwind leg, that's really impressive to just be able to keep that lead. So Oman doing a very good job at staying out in front, currently out in front. Distance to mark, 1,400 meters. So we still have a little bit of a ways. I'll tell you, these guys right here, you know, number 16 right there, Thomas Vika, qualified for the Olympics right there. You know, you got guys that are going to be going to the Olympics. So lots of good sailors. As a matter of fact, the best sailors that the team has to bring out here for the SSL Gold Cup. Right here, female sailor on this team, number 14, Mikaela Metrlova, sorry, for the Czech Republic. I believe she has a position of a pitman or pit woman. Look to the right-hand side. That is Lithuania right there, trying to get an advantage on the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic is trying to not get overtaken by Lithuania and trying to attack Oman. Oman is having difficulties staying out in front. That's normal. He has 2 boats up to windward, stealing his wind. Oh, looks like good pressure there on Oman. They need to bear away, take advantage of that. Oh, it looks like real aggressive. Looks like there's some more pressure coming in here, but Oman needs to be able to slide down and get closer to the mark. 480 meters down to the mark. Now these guys have already thought about which buoy they're going to take and which maneuver they're going to do. Now remember, we've seen boats, if they drop too late, it's potential catastrophe down at the mark. So really important for these guys to be able to slide, to bear away, and to go towards the mark. However, they don't want to go too low. Here we go. Change of leaders, ladies and gentlemen. With 300 meters to go, the Czech Republic has managed to pass over Oman, steal their wind, and get out in front. Lithuania trying to get on top of the Czech Republic now. The Czech Republic 20 meters ahead. All right, and now we're gonna keep on these onboards, and we'll let you guys listen in because there is about to be some crazy action. We are 170 meters away from the boat, from the gates. Here comes a jibe. No, it's not a jibe. They're dropping the spinnaker. It looks like behind Lithuania is also doing a windward drop. Let's see who goes around. Oh, that's a very nice drop from the Czech Republic. Oh, looks like Oman is having trouble right there with their spinnaker. They didn't get it down in time. It's in the water. The boat has slowed down. Looks like South Africa. Let's go back to the wide picture. It looks like South Africa is having issues with their spinnaker as well. Let's see what's going to happen. South Africa is now managing to get back. Oman still, okay, not so bad for South Africa. Oman right now still having issues. Okay, the spinnaker's not in the water, but the jib is not fully tight either. They need to, there we go. Good job right there, number 20, making sure that jib is nice and taut. So as long as the spinnaker is not in the water, then we will be okay. Remember, I told you just before we got down there, if they drop late, there's a probability that they will have issues dropping the spinnaker, and that's exactly what Oman did, a little bit of a late drop, and it cost them dearly in order to be able to come back. Now, they have decided to go off to the left-hand side. Let's see if the wind is still shifting off to the left. Kind of looks like we have a right-hand shift right now. Difficult to see. We're not out on the water, but we are back onto the boat. Wow, what an exciting leeward gate. Let's listen in here on Team Lithuania and see what they're saying as they're starting to get their heartbeat coming down a little bit. Quiet boat. It's a quiet boat. That's a good thing. Quiet boat is a fast boat. So we hear a little bit of discussion right there, but we saw them pointing, so they're definitely keeping their head out of the boat, and that's a that's a very good thing. That's allowing them to see what's going out on the water. Number 14, Rad Al Hadi. He was, as you see, third in the Tour de France. Number 20 right there, working hard. Oh no! No, that wasn't a very clean release from the jib right there. And jib flapping on the other side. So that was a quick tack, but could have been a little bit better right there. We really want to see those jibs just go directly to the other side and be sheeted in. It was flapping in a little bit. So they need to slow things down. Remember, slow is fast. Oman decided to go off to the left. Yeah, it is definitely a right-hand shift, so that's just put Oman crossing back onto the right-hand side, crossing behind everybody else. Oman going off to the right. Here we're looking at the South African boat right here with number 15. Aaron Long, Lipton Cup champion. They're getting closer to that boat. They don't want to be in that wind shadow for the time being. That's not an issue. Don't worry, that big boat right there is anchored. It's not going anywhere. And there's Ian Ainsley, captain of the team. You see those flags right there? That's right in front of them. So interesting. So the red flag is a protest flag. If they want to protest against another boat, they have to put that flag in the air, and they have to say the word protest. Otherwise, it's non-receivable, and they cannot protest. And that other little flag that you saw, Lima flag, it's a yellow and black checkered flag. That indicates that they are having technical issues or medical issues on board. And we obviously don't want to be seeing that flag at any point. Back on board here with our current leaders, the Czech Republic, tacking right in front or right underneath of Lithuania. A very strong place right there to tack, forcing Lithuania to go back to the other side. So it looks like this was done on purpose in order for the Czech Republic to go off to the right-hand side and push Lithuania to the left. So we have a tacking duel here on our second windward beat to the windward leg, to the windward mark. And I believe that we have a little bit of race info. Just one moment, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some information for you. Yes, I have information from the race committee. So at the leeward gate, the teams were given a Charlie plus green. So what that means is Charlie, that means a C flag for change, plus, so that means we are going to make the distance of this race course a little bit longer, and green, so which means that it's going off to the right. So they have decided to make the course longer and shift the windward buoy off to the right. It is confirmed. That means that before we were sailing at a 350 degrees north, we are currently sailing a course. The course has been set up at 005 degrees north, and a 1.1 nautical mile length. So the new top mark is 0.1 nautical mile further. That would be 185 meters further upwind than it was before. Now, what does that mean? That means that when we get to this mark, if you've been following along for the last couple days, you will have seen that pink buoy, which is the new windward mark, which means that there is no offset mark, there is no dogleg, and it means that there is potential for disaster. Why? Because as soon as they get to that windward mark, they're going to have to bear away and immediately put up their spinnaker, which means that they need to bear away, sheet out, spinnaker up, jib down, and not have any problems. And that's a lot of things to do, and a lot of things for 9 people to do at exactly the same time. Remember, this is the last time these teams will be getting to the windward mark. So this is the last race for their qualification. If they mess up at this windward mark, it is potential disaster, and which means not qualifying for the 16th of the finals. So we're coming to a very crucial point here at this second windward mark. There you see the ley line, which is that yellow line right there. And we'll see who will be lining up, and if they are able to line up on that ley line, or if they're still a little bit too far out. Czech Republic has got a nice lead right now. Czech Republic right there we see with a nice lead over Lithuania. Here we go, port and starboard situation coming into your screen right now. Are they going to pass in front? No, it's not going to be enough. They're going to attack just in front right here. Looks like Lithuania is tacking right in front of the Czech Republic, placing themselves in a very strong tactical position. Now the question is, are they going to lay the windward mark? According to our 3D, no, they will not. Which means that we will be seeing another 2 more tacks from these boats. And there's South Africa. South Africa is keeping on going. The Czech Republic knows they're not going to make it, so they're tacking over. Lithuania follows behind. As long as Lithuania can stay between the mark and the Czech Republic, they're staying out in front. 170 meters till we get to the weather mark, that pink buoy. Still 140 meters until we get there, but that's 3 boats. They're all fighting for positions right now. Lithuania has managed to stay out in front. Looks like all boats are now lined up. Looks like perhaps now they are laying the windward mark. Here we go for that hoist. Remember all those things that they need to do. Let's see if this goes off without a hitch. If they make it, it'll be 1 step closer for Lithuania to be potentially taking the lead in this race. Here we go. Let's take a look at the hoist. And it's a good hoist from Lithuania and a good jib drop. Let's look behind. Let's stay on this camera right here. No, we're on board South Africa. A little bit slow. They're having issues. Okay, now the spinnaker has gone all the way to the top. So it's good for South Africa. Good drop for South Africa. What's going on here? What's going on here? No more speed. There's a problem. There's a problem on the Czech boat. This is catastrophic. What's going on with the Czechs here? Very, very slow. Very, very slow. This is no good. This is taking all chances out for the Czech Republic right now. Okay, Spinnaker is up, but that was a very, very slow Spinnaker hoist. They must have had an issue. Oh, it looks like they've got lines all over the place. So that could be problems from not cleaning the boat, not making sure that the lines were well in place before they get out there. It was difficult for the Czech Republic. They were really battling it out with Team Lithuania, but you know, Team Lithuania as well. They had to battle it out. So it all comes down to having a tidy boat, and it just looks like one little mistake for the Czech Republic has now put them several hundred meters down. So now it's a race between the Republic of South Africa and Lithuania. Trying to stay as low as they can here for Lithuania, trying to go as close as they can to the leeward. Well, it's not the leeward mark anymore. It is now the finishing line. We are on leg 4. Just started leg 4 here on this golden day. Remember, this race counts double in points. Currently, Lithuania has 8 points right now. Republic of South Africa with 6 points. It'll be interesting to take a look at the provisional overall. As soon as we get that information, we will show you that. Here we go, like magic, it appears, looks like right now Team Lithuania is qualified in first place with 18 points. Republic of South Africa with 16 points. The Czech Republic with 10, and Oman. So that's the calculation right now. Lithuania, Republic of South Africa are going through. The Czech Republic and Oman are out. But it's not over till it's over. We still have a couple hundred meters, probably close to 1,000, until we get down to the bottom. Things could still happen. Penalties can still come out. We could be seeing perhaps some protests that could come out if that were the case. Let's say Lithuania has a protest, they could potentially have to do a 360, which could just change the whole entire calculation. So, as we said, these are the projected results for the time being. Anything could still happen. The pressure is on. Now, let's see what's going on. Republic of South Africa and Lithuania, if they've done their math, they know their ahead. So these two will try and not bother anybody, or at least not themselves, and make sure that they both get into the next round, the 16th of the finals. Looking like we have a maneuver here. South Africa, perhaps a jibe. There it is. 3, 2, 1, and everybody goes up. Good teamwork. Ian Ainsley right there. He's on the helm, captain of the team. And really, captain of the team and skipper. But that's, you know, that's not him. That makes the decision on whether the boat goes left or right. His job is to make the boat go fast. The guy really out there, the mastermind behind all of this, is the tactician, Mr. Mark Sadler. We were talking about him earlier during the race, and he has some impressive results. He has been a world champion in the J22 class. He won the Middle Sea race. He's He's been first at the Annapolis to Newport race, first at the Cape to Rio, and in 2018 he was first in the Maxi Cup. So that's a lot of first place for Mark Sadler, the tactician on this boat. He's the one that decides. You know, we don't see him too often. Ian's a big guy. Mark's always sort of hiding behind him, or shall I say, whispering in Ian's ears to what and where he needs to go. So a real good duo on that boat, and doing a great job right there. Republic of South Africa getting themselves qualified as it stands right now, with 900 meters to go until we get to the finishing line. It looks as though the Czech Republic has managed to come back into it a little bit. Probably caught a little bit of breeze. Remember, the wind is coming from behind them, so the first boats to touch that new wind and potentially some new gusts would be the Czech Republic. You see, as we pan around here, we see that the Czech Republic is out back, and they're the first ones to be getting some wind. Very smooth right here. It's really important for these guys to be working those waves. Look at that swell right there. Really interesting. And you'll see the skipper in the back. You see that that wheel, which he's turning right there, and he's working with the waves. And you'll notice that the trimmers as well are working working with each one of these waves. 96 meters between the Republic of South Africa and our current leaders, Lithuania. Top left-hand side of your screen is the projected results as it stands right now. Lithuania going through to the 16th of the finals with the Republic of South Africa, with respectively 16 points. So these two teams right now are going to be our first teams to qualify today for the golden day of racing. It just went past the leeward gate. We just saw it in the screen right there. Next up, finishing line. Very concentrated. Interesting to hear what's going on. Looks like they're setting up for a jive here. Now, what's really important is the release. There it is. Complete release on the right-hand side of your screen. He changes side, the trimmer. Second trim. Oh, and a great pump. Good concentration right there. You can tell these guys are on it 100%. There's the finishing line. Ladies and gentlemen, first boat of the golden day, taking 8 points home, is Lithuania, qualified to the 16th of the finals. Congratulations, boys. That is a well done, well deserved. Coming back in the back, we've got South Africa. Here we go with South Africa about to cross, and they are the second boat to cross as well, qualifying themselves to the finals. And followed just behind is the Czech Republic, crossing in third place, only 12 seconds behind the Republic of South Africa. Oh, and they must be disappointed. It's a grueling, it's a tough way to go out, but that's it. That's the game. That's how it works here at the SSL Gold Cup, is direct elimination. So Some very, very, very happy boys right there. Okay, now that's, remember they still have their spinnaker up. They've got to take it down. That's Team Oman just crossed the line right now. They are not qualified. They've been racing hard this whole time. We've seen them out in front several times in each one of the races. Unfortunately for them, they've never been able to stay out in front, and therefore they are down at the bottom of the race results. So here are the race results for this team. Like we said, double points for this team. So that's 8 points for Lithuania, 6 for South Africa, 4 for the Czech Republic, and 2 points for Oman. Let's take a look at the general. Overall, this is how it stands. There will be no more racing for this fleet. Lithuania and South Africa are qualified to the next round, respectively with 18 and 16 points. And that's it. It's over. Goodbye. They are going home. The Czech Republic has 10 points, Oman 6. Thank you guys for putting on a show for us. But the show must go on. So now, team changes. Looks like Bulgaria is now on the Lithuanian boat. We have the short team right back there. I think that's the boss of the short team, which is on there, Juan Capa. As he's making sure that everything is okay on his boat, checking left and right, making sure there are no issues, talking with the Republic of South Africa, trying to find out if they have any information that they can give to him, making sure these boats are in absolutely perfect shape. Now, the sailors get a rest, the boats do not. And you also will have managed to have a little bit of a rest as we take a break right now. And we will be back for the third race of the day here at the Golden Day at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series.
Which book do you recommend to read?
Never read a book.
Born to Win, John Bertrand. It's got to be up there, doesn't it, Sammy?
I didn't even know it existed. I have to. That could be my first book.
I was about to say.
What do fans say when they recognise you on the street? Well, in Australia, people actually recognise me a lot. My background is I was the skipper of the boat that won the America's Cup way back in 1983 from the United States. They don't necessarily ask what I was doing, of course. They all want to tell me what they were doing when we crossed the finishing line. How long have you been sailing? Well, a long time. I really got hooked when I was a little boy in terms of watching the bubbles go past, even now, and I love that sense of pure motion through the water.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie, and why?
That's a good question for Dave.
Well, I just saw Top Gun recently. That'd be pretty cool.
I feel like that's high on the list, isn't it?
Yeah, that's high on the list.
Yeah. Surely Wind, Sammy. That's got you written all over it, doesn't it?
Wind, yeah.
Would you rather explore Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory or Jurassic Park, and why?
Oh, Chocolate Factory.
Yeah, we can fucking tell, mate.
I've already found it.
It looks like you already explored it.
I've already been there
many times, and
it's your hero.
Sword, why?
Captain Sully.
Captain Sully, yeah.
Maverick.
It's Goose for you, probably.
Who?
Goose.
Goose, yeah.
You're a classic.
No,
you're a classic Goose.
Langford's more of an Iceman.
Bit of a Goose.
Which sportsman or sportswoman inspire you the most? The most outstanding sportsman in this case over many, many years is Roger Federer. He is a true sportsman in the pure sense. So I have great admiration for Roger, what he's achieved over all those years. It's stressful to be the captain of the SSL Team Australia. This is a real pleasure for me to be involved. I'm in a situation in my capacity in Australia that when I've asked people to be involved, no one says no. It's just fantastic.
Explain what is the Gold Cup in 5 seconds. TV, go.
Best of the best.
Top Gun of sailing.
You guys nailed it.
What things do you do every day that you wish could be automated?
Oh, cooking, cleaning, making the bed.
You don't fucking make the bed. You don't. It is already automated for you.
That's the worst thing about being a sailor. The best thing is I get to sit here with these 2 Olympic champions.
The worst thing is I have to sit here with Cole.
Music you listen to
all the time right now.
What do you listen to?
You're more of an Adele kind of guy, aren't you, TV?
Oh,
Adele?
No,
Lady Gaga?
Will had
Carly Rae Jepsen for me.
Will had his audio book played in the car when we got in yesterday, which was the Harry Potter. Was it book 2 or 3 that you're listening to? I rate Harry Potter. Don't knock Harry Potter. It's good.
How does it feel to participate in the America's Cup? It's a big deal. The Confederation of Australian Sport in Australia voted the Australia 2 victory as the greatest team performance in the last 200 years of Australian sport. So in my country in particular, it is a big deal.
And we're back. Now we're going to have a fleet number 1 that's going out onto the water. Let's take a look at the team national anthems.
faltemos al voto solemne que de la patria de eterno. Que faltemos al voto solemne que de la patria de eterno.
¡Viva el Perú! ¡Viva!
Those were the national anthems of the fleet number 1, which is about to get out onto the water. Here you look at the match board. We know that right now we have had teams that are going through in the fleet number 2, and this will be the 4th and final race for fleet number 1 between Tahiti, Bulgaria, Peru, and Slovenia. In the team comparisons, we have Team Tahiti on the top left. They call themselves the Black Pearls, SSL ranked number 70th. They're weighing in today at 722 kilos. And captain of the team, Teva Plichard. To the right of that, Bulgaria, the Lions, ranked number 63, the lightest team of the day, in at 642 kilos. Team captain, number 10, Yavor Kolev. Bottom left-hand side is Team Peru, call themselves Paraka Warriors. SSL ranked number 36, weighing in at 724 kilos. Captain of the team, the young Stefano Pesquera. And bottom right, we have Team Slovenia, Krepani 860, SSL ranked number 21, weighing in at 714 kilograms. Captain of the team, number 9, Vasily Zbogar. Let's take a look now here at Team Tahiti. As you see at the helm, there is the captain of the team. Captain of the team, Mr. Teva Plichard. And we see that behind him, we have Heiche. He is the tactician. He's the one that's been calling out all of the calls. We have a young team here. Yesterday, speaking with Jan Rigal, which is the bowman. He has his eyes out on the water, calling all of what he sees, and of course, Teva, the helmsman and captain of the team, is attentively listening to what his tactician is saying. So good teamwork on this team. This team is currently the best ranked team of all of them that have sailed here. They have won every single one of their races, and they are currently qualified. Now, there could be a couple reasons why they wouldn't go through, but as long as they take the start and they finish even in last place, they will be qualified for the 16th of finals. Now, let's take a look at our next boat here with Team Bulgaria. The captain of the team is Yavor Kolev. And Yavor Kolev, he is at the helm. You see him, number 10 right there. He specializes in match racing. Finished second in the 2018 Bulgarian National Championships and 4th in the 2019 Aegis Yacht Match Racing Championship. So we have match racing experience. We see in the pit with her distinctive orange-red hair, Ina Ilieva. She is a very experienced 470 sailor who has been at that position in the pit for now quite a long time. This team is actually an outsider that was brought into the team. Let's take a look now into at Team Peru right here with the young and very experienced Stefano Pesquera over at the helm. Stefano, excuse me, Pesquera at the helm. He already has been twice to the Olympics. He's just qualified himself for the 3rd time to the Olympics in the 2024 Paris Olympics, and just won the South American Pan Am Games just last week. So he is super ready in order to to get out there and winning the Pan Am Games. On Team Slovenia, we see Vasily Zbogar. He is that tactician on board. He is a 3-time Olympic medalist. He was just nominated, well, not just nominated, but he's been nominated the Olympic sports legend and best sailor of Slovenia, where he has won a bronze medal in the laser class. He then won a silver medal in the fin class at the following games, and he was then another silver medal at the Rio Games. He's been winning the World Championship, 6 times European champion. Well, you understand, on this team, that's just the captain, and we have several other sailors on that team which are world champions. So, very high level on the Slovenian boat right there. Let's take a look at the provisional overall for the time being after 3 races. We see Tahiti right there with 4 wins. Now you might be asking yourself, why is there 3? Well, they got a penalty, so a point was deducted, but they did win all of their races. They are currently 11 points. Slovenia just behind them with 8 points. Peru with 5, Bulgaria with 4. Peru did not manage to finish race number 1. They finished 2nd in race number 2 and 3rd in race number 3. Now we are on race number 4. This is the golden day. It will count double in points. Whoever wins this race gets 8 points. As we said, Tahiti is technically already qualified for as long as they take the start and they finish. Now, let's see what happens for the other teams. Let's take a look at their course right here. Start at the starting line, tack our way up, go up around Mark 1, the offset, jibe back down through the gates. You can go left or right through either one of the gates. Back up to the windward mark and around the offset down to the finishing line. We are 3 minutes and 30 seconds away from the start of this race. Looking like the wind has gone down just a tad, 7 to 10 knots of wind. We are looking at a course of 005 and sunny weather, temperature 24 degrees, slightly humid. So, very good sailing conditions. It looks like the sea state is not up too much. We're looking at about 1.5 meter waves. Now, that's not much for around here. Shall we say, if that were to be in anywhere else, especially in Europe and some of the lakes, we would be having some severe weather or water, waves, wind conditions. Here we are, about to get ready, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Make sure that you follow us on social media, as we are on Facebook, Instagram, obviously YouTube, where you're probably watching this. You can go on starsailersleague.com, or you can go to starsailors.com. As long as you type in Gold Cup, you will have all the information. And when I say all the information, I mean all of the information, because all of our athletes here are going to the same website to go get sailing instructions, for example, and you have access to that. So if you want to follow, you want to know, you want to check out the rules, well, you're welcome. Go ahead, check it out, download the data, and you will know exactly what's going on. 1 minute, 30 seconds before the start. Here we are on with Team Tahiti. They have won every single race so far. They are the #1 ranked team of this 32nd of the finals. And they should theoretically already be qualified. Now, let's listen to what's going on. An interesting conversation. We see behind them. We see behind them that we have the jury right there, making sure if anything happens. 48 seconds before the start, they're getting themselves set up. Here we go. Let's take a look at the 3D model. We see that all the boats are very, very close together. That's why they were so intense. Tahiti right there with a very good positioning. They are the leeward boat. Oh, making Peru tack over 20 seconds before the start. That's not good for Peru. "15 seconds. 10 seconds before the start. Okay, looks like they're gonna stay here and they're gonna get started. Peru out back. 20 seconds before the start, Peru got pushed over. There it is. That's the start right there. Looks like a good clean start for Tahiti. Our leaders, our current leaders, not just of the fleet, but of this whole final, this whole qualification, 32nd of the finals. We have Peru right there on the left-hand side. Team Slovenia getting pushed out by Bulgaria. Okay, and we just saw right there that we have a green flag, and so they said no rule was broken. That's the indication of that green flag right there. Apparently, obviously a little protest going on from somebody. The jury is saying, yep, no rule broken. So that was a tough tack for Slovenia that just had to pass in front of Peru right there. As we said, Peru pushed off the starting line, so they were the last ones across the starting line. Difficult position right now for them. Perhaps being in the wind shadow of Bulgaria for the time being. Tahiti going out to the left. They are our current leaders right now in this race number 4. As we said, we've seen them win every single race so far. And yesterday in very light winds, they put on a show for us. Coming back from 3rd place to winning in the last 200 meters of the race. Tahiti pulling out all the stops, managing to get out front. Right now, they only have an 18-meter lead over Bulgaria. Bulgaria is determined to have a good last race. And Peru following back behind. As it stands right now, Tahiti has 11 points. Slovenia has 8 points, Peru has 5, and Bulgaria has 4. So for the time being, Tahiti and Slovenia, before the start of this race, we're going to be passing through. Peru and Bulgaria, 1 point separating them at the beginning of this race. "36 meters lead here for Tahiti. Everybody going out to the left. It was very interesting earlier. We saw that the wind was shifting slightly left, or the puffs were kind of coming in from the left-hand side. Earlier here today, we had Juan Reed that was in with us from Team Chile. And he was telling us, yeah, there is some wind-land effect So going off to the left-hand side sometimes can pay. Looked like, though, we did see more pressure from the right-hand side of the race course. So an advantageous wind direction on the left, more wind on the right. It's a difficult one here. This is the first leg. This is a drag race. It's really all about getting out in front and going fast. It's not time to start fighting with the other teams. It's a time to start placing yourself. Oh, look at that. First time that we're seeing a team pass behind that big blue ship. So, passing behind that big blue ship is definitely going to give you a huge wind shadow. But they're willing to do that. They're willing to do that. You see the boat is very flat. There we go. Now they're getting a little bit more wind. We're seeing the heel. Now they're definitely willing to do that. So this indicates to me that there's a big advantage to going off to the left-hand side. We see here Slovenia and Peru. Slovenia probably having to sail in front of the anchored ship. There it is. They're passing in front of that anchored ship. So they too have decided to go off to the left. The advantage for them is that they have had not to deal with any wind shadow from the ocean diamond, and so they've been able to keep a little bit of their speed. That will definitely be a factor in being able to perhaps pass in front of Bulgaria, or maybe even perhaps Tahiti. Let's see what's going on. Bulgaria has just tacked over. And we have Slovenia. Slovenia was never in the wind shadow of the big... There it is. And that's the difference, ladies and gentlemen. Just half a boat length from not going in the wind shadow of that parked boat. So, we have a change now. Slovenia in second, Bulgaria in third. Peru is still in fourth. Peru is catching up. We have a port and starboard situation between Bulgaria and Peru. Looks here on the graphic as though there will not be an issue. However, that is what the graphic is saying. Perhaps the situation is different out on the water. Let's take a look here. We are on board with Team Tahiti. Captain of the team, Teva Plichard, sitting right there at the helm of the boat. There you see him. He looks very calm. He's talking with his mainsail trimmer right there, giving him this, telling him how he feels, sensation that he has. It's very, very important that the sails are trimmed correctly, because it'll have a direct effect on direction and the way the rudder goes through the water. If the sails are not set correctly, he's going to have to adjust the direction of the boat. And the rudder will be slightly sideways. It'll slow the boat down. So, really important that the boat is on an equilibrium between the power on the jib and the power in the main, in order to keep that rudder nice and straight. Essentially, they need to steer with their sails and not with the rudder. It's a lot harder to do than what it sounds like. Okay, there was a tack right in there for Peru. Looking like the jib was flapping just a little bit. So A pretty good tack from Peru right there. It can be complicated if you hit a wave at the wrong moment. You know, in order to get a perfect tack in, you really have to have that timing to a split second. Half a second, you release the sail half a second too early, it'll flap on the other side. Yeah, half a second too late, you'll be back in the jib. So really complicated. You see now the boats are moving a little bit more. We're definitely having a little bit more weather, a little bit more waves.
Okay. Okay.
Let's listen in. Let's keep listening in as when they're talking. Definitely want to be listening to what's happening on board. So right now what they're doing is they're talking about their sensations on the board, on board, and trying to Teva is explaining what he's feeling, and so how much pressure he has in that wheel, and so at the helm right there. So that's making a difference, and perhaps that's what's making the difference right there between you see the trajectory of the Tahitian boat, which is able to sail closer to the wind and keeping their speed up. So a lot of work adjusting those sails, making sure that boat is flat. And when a boat is flat, it actually it's going faster through the water. Rather, let me say that again. If a boat is going fast, the keel will be able to push against the water, and it'll allow that boat to head up even more. So the faster they go, the closer they can sail to the wind. And it's sort of a win-win situation. And there they are, just arrived at the weather mark. So they're at the weather mark. Again, out in front, taking it easy, really easy. We've seen these guys, very methodical. Looks like there's a little bit more pressure on them right now. We see the tactician down there at the bottom. He's right there. Okay. They've released the jib. Here we go with the hoist. Teva bearing away, making sure there's not too much pressure in that spinnaker so that it goes up easy. No problem. That's a good spinnaker hoist from Team Tahiti. A good drop. Now Teva can go back up close to the wind and get some pressure in that spinnaker before he starts heading back down. Here we go. Let's take a look at Slovenia. Same thing, a big bear weight, no pressure in the spinnaker. There it is, good, fast hoist, drop the jib, head up, fill the spinnaker, there it is, he's heading up, we can see the wheels turning in the back, spinnaker is now full, and as soon as they got their speed back up, they'll be able to bear away. Bulgaria now, coming up. Well, let's take a look here at how they're going to do it. Good, big bear away, same thing. No pressure in the spinnaker, good hoist, fast drop, and going back up. Now here comes Peru. Peru decided to not go as far down. Having a little bit of issue on Peru, getting that spinnaker all the way up. That spinnaker is up now. I just saw it at the top of the mast right there, but they're having an issue with the drop line on Peru. Peru is putting the pressure on Bulgaria, trying to overtake them. So, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the Peruvian team right there. They're having issues on that boat. So, you see the difference between the first two boats is they don't have a boat right behind them. They're not trying to catch immediately up to a boat. They already know where they are in the point standing. So less pressure for the two boats in front, lots of pressure for the Bulgarian boat and the Peruvian boat. So Bulgaria doing a great job, absolutely no issues. Peru having issues with that drop line. I'm sure they wanted to get a better hoist than that. Now let's see how it's gonna go on. Good communication. I'm really liking the communication on this boat. Projected results, top left right now as it stands. Tahiti with 19 points and a perfect score. Slovenia 14, Bulgaria 8, Peru 7. So it's a big battle for honors between Bulgaria and Peru. As it stands right now, there's nothing they can do to qualify themselves. They are really, fighting for the honors of not being last in their group. So very tight, 1 point separating Bulgaria and Peru. Tahiti, smooth sailing, just showing everybody that they are the boss. Winning, for the time being, winning every single one of their races. Slovenia right now is qualified with 14 points. So a nice, good sail. Important for Slovenia to just make sure they stay out in front and get those points up on the board. Now it'll be interesting to see what's going on with Peru, because I tell you what, I know that the captain of the Peruvian team is not going to accept his position right now. Remember, this guy has been twice to the Olympics. He's going again. He was the first one to ever qualify his country, Peru, to the Olympics. There he is, Stefano Pesquera, right there. And he's going back to the Olympics in Paris in 2024. So you don't get qualified to go to Paris by being in second place, and certainly he is definitely wanting to get out there and do a good performance, even though for the time being they're not qualified and they will not be passing on to the next round. But these are sailors. I mean, you put them on a boat, you know, they'll always give their heart out and sail as hard as they can. It's that's just the way it is. It's inbred. It's the racing pedigree. Smooth on this boat. Okay, we're hearing them talking about perhaps the next move that they're going to do. So really it's interesting to see what's happening here. Right now what's going on in Teva's head is he has a plan. What he's seeing the race course from above. He is already planning 2 or 3 maneuvers ahead. As a matter of fact, okay, so there's going to be a full jibe and a real fast maneuver behind. So 7 to 8 lengths before they're about to jibe. He's clearly telling his crew what they're going to do. They have time to prepare for it. Here we see the tactician moving forward, making sure he's going to give the go-ahead to Teva. He's going to tell him right there, Teki Hashesh, Dekiash right there. He's gonna give the go, and he's releasing. There he goes. Bam! There you go. They release the leeward sheet, and that's the signal. That's the signal right there to a jibe. There it is. About let's say 3-4 seconds. And now it's back to smooth. So you notice how very smooth Tewa was explaining what he was doing, talking to all of his crew. Tactician comes up, release the sheet, the spinnaker sheet, and then as soon as they want to jibe, he takes the spinnaker sheet completely off of the winch, and that is the signal. Now we should be seeing 2 more. So let's take a look at what's going to be looks like they've just done a jibe right here. I see the retrieval line on the windward winch right there. So it's looking like in 6 seconds they will be dropping. Teva bearing away, spinnaker going out in front, no pressure in the spinnaker, bringing it back to windward, absolutely no issues, bam, spinnaker's in, head up, sheet in, and there it is. That's how you get it done right there. Communication, taking their time, and especially the skipper making sure that his boat is dead downwind, taking the pressure off of those sails. Now you see he's been planning that move for several hundred meters. Let's see how smooth these guys can get it. This looks like it is going to be a normal easy drop. They were well and truly downwind to drop the spinnaker, so no issues with Team Slovenia. Very good, just like the hoist. They're dead downwind, no pressure on the spinnaker. Let's see what's going on behind as we have a boat coming up. Good drop from Bulgaria. We also saw a clean hoist from them. Going around. Main sheet first, jib sheet second. Making sure we pull the main in first to get that boat to luff. So that's real important, guys. Make sure, when you're heading up, you want to be pulling in your main sheet before your jib, making the boat naturally pivot and want to go up to windward. You want to be working with your boat, not against your boat. If you were to sheet in your jib first, you'd actually be telling the boat to bear away. Now look at the pressure is here on Team Peru. I didn't see the whole thing, but there's definitely issues in bringing the spinnaker in. So Peru trying to be fast. It's looking like they were sort of having issues as well with taking their spinnaker down. Now I don't want to say anything wrong here because I didn't see the action. I just sort of see the result of the tracker line right there. It looks to me as though they never really were bearing away before. Anyhow, let's take a look here at what's going on. We have a tack from Team Slovenia. Tahiti has not tacked yet from where they're going on in terms of from the leeward gate. Sorry. Bulgaria as well, going back off to the left. So it's looking like there's something on the left-hand side. And just as I say that, there goes Tahiti, and they're tacking. Now, Tahiti right now is really thinking strategically here because they know that Bulgaria is really not an issue, and neither is Peru in terms of the point standing we saw. So what they're just trying to do is cover Slovenia, I would say it's what we call a light cover right there. They're just sort of trying to stay between Slovenia and the windward mark, coming back to the center of the race course and taking less chances. Being in the center, we saw this earlier in some of the earlier races, being in the center of the race course means that you are going to be taking less risks should there be a wind shift left or right. Now, less risks, well, less gains. So, it's a safe place, it's a smart place for Tahiti to be sailing. And especially they need to be sailing with the Slovenian sailors right there. As we see Team Slovenia number 17, Tina Mrak. She is a two-time European champion. So like I said, on this boat there's a lot of experience. A lot of these guys have world championship titles underneath their belt. So a lot of experience in that Slovenian boat. And we see it looks like there's a little bit more tension on the Slovenian boat. Obviously on boat Tahiti right there, it looks very cool, very calm. It doesn't seem like there's any pressure on that boat. Everybody's just very concentrated. Look at that right now. I mean, we do see some lines kind of all over the place. There we go. So just as I say that, right, we see the crew cleaning up their boat a little bit, getting ready for the next maneuver. Yep, we want those boats to be clean right there, picking up the slack on the Cunningham line right there. Just trying to listen in. There it is. That's the spinnaker sheet right there. We don't need that right now. Let's make sure that's not tangled anywhere. Let's make sure that's not also going to be caught by a wave hanging off the backside of the boat. So, you know, everybody's working on that boat. Everybody's keeping that boat clean, concentrated on what they have to do. The people that are looking outside the boat, well, they're looking outside the boat. We don't need a whole bunch of chiefs. We need a lot of Indians and just a couple chiefs, and that's really important. Everybody doing their job. Same thing on this boat. We see those spinnaker sheets right there. They've been put off to the side. We see there's a little bit of house cleaning going on over there. It looks that is the halyard. That pink rope right there, I believe, is the spinnaker halyard. And so therefore, there you go, they're putting that up. Now, it's really, really important that that spinnaker halyard be cleaned up. And in order to not have any issues as they get to the windward mark. Okay, we're here now still on leg 3 of this 4th race. We are on board with our leaders right now. They are 88 meters ahead of the others and ahead of the 2nd place team, Team Slovenia. And we have pressure out on the race course. Great to see. Nothing but sneakers right there. Oh, looks like we're getting attacked coming in. So they're about to attack, but it was great to see that we have some pressure out on the water. Okay, apparently that decision has been changed. They are going to stay, not tack immediately. Okay, here we go with the tack for our leaders, Tahiti. Let's look at the release on that jib. Perfect release. There it is. And you see how that jib did not flap at all? He just backed the jib for about half a second, and that's exactly what you want to do, to let it go directly to the other side. That was an excellent tack. Excellent tack right there. Very, very fast. Good, clean, nice maneuvers from everybody, especially Tahiti. Everybody on that boat working well. 700 meters left to go. 86 meters lead for Team Tahiti. Slovenia now getting close to the ley line with Bulgaria right here. Let's take a look at the release on the jib. That was a good release as well. You see how the jib just went straight to the other side. Not too much flapping of the jib. And they're going to have to, Slovenia tacking on top of Bulgaria. Bulgaria making a move to go down, to bear away, to have some more speed. So that's Slovenia right there defending their position, tacking on top of Team Bulgaria. Now as these two are fighting against themselves and losing speed, Tahiti is gaining distance. There you see, 130, 140 meters and gaining. So just right there, well, that's normal. There was a tack. You do lose some distance. But those two are fighting it out. And it's all good news for Tahiti. Let's take a look. Okay, they didn't back it as much on that one. That one was just a tad bit slower right there on the release. Very good. What's really interesting is you can see, I mean, we're talking about perfection here. It is rather critical on my part. Being here in the studio and just looking at it, but sometimes some of those maneuvers are just done textbook, and it's just beautiful to see that. And you know, once they show you how to do it correctly, it's easy for you then to be able to see, was there a little bit of a change in the next one. Anyhow, that's enough talking about maneuvers and keeping our boats clean. We are 130 meters away from the windward mark, and they are going to be hoisting their spinnaker for the last time in race number 4 here on the Golden Day, where the race results will count double in points. Tahiti leading the field, leading the qualification. The best team currently sailing out on the water of all fleets. They have won every single one of their races, and they are still out in front as they are about to go around the offset mark for their last spinnaker hoist of this race, number 4. Let's listen in. Whoa there. Stay on board, buddy. All right. That's a good hoist and a good drop, keeping their lead. Tahiti with a 32-second lead over Slovenia at the weather mark. And that's a good hoist for Team Slovenia with a good drop right there. They're ahead of Team Bulgaria. Bulgaria is 30 seconds behind Slovenia. Here goes the hoist, the last hoist for Team Bulgaria. And it's It's a good hoist for Team Bulgaria, and it looks like a great drop. No, we're having issues with the drop on the jib. Really important to get that jib down and make sure that all that wind is getting into that spinnaker.
Изчисти за джайб, браса след малко.
Listening in to the conversation on Team Bulgaria. There is Team Peru. Peru just went around the mark. And taking down the jib, so that was a good hoist and a good drop for Team Peru. I have the impression they're setting up a maneuver just from how they were on the boat. I'm not sure that's the case. Let's go back up to the front with our leaders, uncontested leaders right there. And that's right there, number 9, Teki Ashesh. He is the tactician on this boat. He's right there with the sunglasses, with the hair and the sunglasses right there, number 9. Tactician, great to see him all over the boat, not just staying in the back. Trying to listen into what they're saying. From what I get, perhaps the wind has shifted right. So, look at that. That's the tactician. He knows right now there's no choices being made. He's going out front, making sure we've got a clean boat. That's part of racing right there. So there's no egos on this boat right here. He's the tactician, probably one of the most important positions on the boat in terms of making sure that everybody else on the boat can work correctly. Well, when he doesn't have anything to do, he goes out and he helps the others. So, great teamwork there on Team Tahiti. Decided to keep going on the right-hand side of the race course. Here we see the Slovenian boat with Team Bulgaria that was 30 seconds behind them, trying to cast a windward, a leeward wind shadow on Team Slovenia. Looks like they're a little bit far for that wind shadow to work. Olympic bronze medalist Jani Klemicic. Jani Klemicic, world champion, silver medalist at the Olympic Games. Now, I told you there are some impressive rosters on that boat right there. We are 37 minutes, 44 seconds into this race. This is the final leg of race number 4 on the Golden Day. Points count double in this race today. Right now, it looks as though Team Tahiti is about to definitely qualify themselves. So far, they have won every single race. They are again out in front. These guys, everybody's going to have to be very, very careful in the 16th of the finals for Tahiti because of being out in front every single time. As you see, top left of your screen, these are the projected results if they were to cross the finishing line. in the position they are right now. Tahiti 19 points, Slovenia 14, Bulgaria 8, Peru 7. We have a target time of 45 minutes for each one of these races. We are currently at 38 minutes, 39 minutes right now. So it looks like we will be right on the target time. On board with Team Slovenia, number 5, Mitja Margon, 3-times world champion, also has an Olympic silver medal. Another Olympian medalist, world champion on this Slovenian boat. Oh no! Oh, is that... The spinnaker has ripped. Uh-oh, spinnaker has ripped. This is bad news right here. If you look right there, it's hard to see, but you can see it right there. That is not good news. What happened there? Now the spinnaker is still holding. It could blow up at any moment. At any moment, this spinnaker could just rip to shreds. If that were the case, right now, it would be a catastrophe. However, they would still probably be qualified. We just told you the provisional overall is if they were to finish in that order. Now it seems as though they have enough points to qualify themselves and pass through in any case. But they're really going to have to nurse that spinnaker. The less amount of jibes they do with that spinnaker, the less they're going to damage it. I don't know what happened. Why did that spinnaker go from a perfectly good spinnaker to having a massive gaping hole in it? 370 meters before the finishing line for Team Tahiti. Team Slovenia just put in a jibe. I'd be interested to see if that spinnaker, if that hole got any bigger. Oh, it's a gaping hole right there on Team Slovenia. All they can do is hope and pray that that spinnaker doesn't explode. Oh, look at that. We haven't seen that yet. Something happened. Something happened on that boat during the hoist. A little tear turns into a big one. Oh, they're happy on board. And I think they're looking at their spinnaker back behind, and I think they're talking about that hole or not. Here goes Tahiti, and that is a clean sweep for Tahiti, bringing home first place. That is the 4th race in a row that they win. There it is. There it is, Tahiti. Unbelievable. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Tahiti is definitely going on to the next round. Hashtag right there. Very, very happy, man. He deserves it. Tactician on that boat. There we go. We just saw him pass next to the camera. Now they need to drop the spinnaker without any issues. This is the 3rd race of the day. We're still in for 2 more races. Okay, congratulations. Team Slovenia is qualified for the next round. So that is Slovenia qualified to go on to the 16th of the finals, along with Tahiti. Karpani, 1860. Going on to the next round, and going across the line right there is Team Bulgaria. Unfortunately, Team Bulgaria not qualified for the next round, they can be proud of what they've done. They've sailed well. They were the outsiders here. They were brought in order to replace a team that could not come. A great sail from Bulgaria, finishing out in front of Team Peru. Peru has been battling since day one. They are in a very, very tough group, and unfortunately for Peru, they will not qualify for the next round. So here are the race results for fleet number 1. Fleet number 1, race number 4. So we've done all of the races after 42 minutes and 17 seconds of racing. 8 points for Team Tahiti, 6 points for Team Slovenia, 4 for Bulgaria, and 2 for Peru. Now let's take a look at the overall results after 4 races. This is how it's gone down. You see Tahiti right there have won all of their races. They have 19 points, Slovenia 14. So these are the top teams of this fleet going on to the 16th of the finals. Bulgaria and Peru, 8 points for Bulgaria, 7 points for Peru. Unfortunately for them, are not qualified for the rest of the competition that's going forward. So it's goodbye for Bulgaria and Peru, and it's on to the next one for Tahiti and Slovenia. So that is it for this third race of the day. I believe that the next race here we will be seeing as well the fourth race for fleet number 2 that we already saw earlier today. We'll show you all of that as soon as everybody is back on the boat, as soon as we get that spinnaker changed out. Don't forget to follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and of course, go and check out our website where you will have all of the information and all of the pictures and everything you want to know about the SSL Gold Cup Final Series. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back.
Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, and we are back. And as you see next to me, we have Juan, which is back in the studio with me. So we are going to do the last race, race number 4 for fleet number 2. We saw them earlier today. Before we get out onto the water, let's take a look at the national anthems.
Y su campo de flores bordado es la copia feliz de Belén. Majestuosa es la blanca montaña que te dio por baluarte el Señor, que te dio por baluarte el Señor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor. Dulce patria, recibe los votos, ponte Chile sus alas juró, que hoy la tumba será de los libres. Vuela asilo contra la opresión, que hoy la tumba será de los libres. Vuela asilo contra la opresión, que hoy la tumba será de los libres. Vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión. Que la patria os contempla orgullosa, no temáis una muerte gloriosa, que morir por la patria es vivir, en cadenas vivir es vivir, en afrentas y oprobios sumir, el clarín escuchad el sonido, a las armas valientes corred.
Your
Well, those were the national anthems right there. Before we get out onto the water, let's take a look at the team lineups. And we will be starting with Team Chile. Juan, I pass you the mic. Go ahead, and why don't you tell us who's sailing on the boat?
Well, we have in the bow, we have Tomás Middleton. He's a former sailor, especially in Soto 40, in Belavita team, as many of the guys that are on board. Alfredo Ursúa, mid-bow, also sailing in two Soto 40s, Pisco Black and also Belavita. Nico Robertson, the same thing. And now Nico is now living in Europe for sailing with different teams. Rodrigo Robles, trimmer, also from Belavita Soto 40 team, very well-known trimmer on that boat. Santiago Lorca, he's one of the old guys, together with Amunati. Also has Soto 40 and IRC experience as a different position. Then you have Andres Ducarce. He's a grinder, but he's a very well known in Chile dinghy sailor, Sunfish, J70. Actually, he was about to win the J70 Worlds in Corinthians class 1 week ago, before we start this.
Okay.
He was just 1 point or 2 points behind the guy from USA that won the Corinthian World in St. Pete.
Yeah.
He's a skipper of that boat, and also he's been in the last Panams, not the previous one, in Sunfish, so he's a very good sailor. Rodrigo Amunati, very good mainsail trimmer in Soto 40 and bigger boats. Felipe Robles, he just won a silver medal in a lining class in the last Panams in Chile a few weeks ago. He's a very good skipper, a lot of experience in lining and also in Soto 40, Belavita team. Benjamin Gres is a very well-known guy in Chile, since he was second some years ago in an Opti Worlds in Italy, in Calgary, I think. And then he's been in the 49er campaign for the last 1.5 years, and before that he was at Brazil. Actually, some of these guys were at the Brazil Olympics, like Benjamin Ducasse, Andrés Ducasse was also there, so they're very good sailors.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for that in-depth look at your team. It's really great to be able to have all of that information. We will now continue. Here is Team Cuba with team captain Nelido Manso Lopez. Nelido was 3 times, went to the Pan American Games 3 times, and sails regularly on a Snipe. Would love to talk about a little bit more about their team, but we've got to keep the show going on. This is Team Portugal right here. Team Portugal, Joao Rodriguez is the team captain. He is not sailing on the boat right there, but we have many these sailors are experienced offshore sailors, some of them, and coming from also the Volvo Ocean Race back in the day. So a lot of experience here on Team Portugal. They are big boat sailors.
Yeah.
Team Estonia right here. We have Tonu Tonist. He's went to the Olympics. There are a lot of people on these boats that are world champions. You see Tonu Tonist. Those are we have 2 Tonists that are on this boat, brothers, identical brothers, as a matter of fact. So it's more of a family sort of a reunion, maybe we could say, on this boat. Provisional overall currently. So this is fleet number 2. This is their race number 4. If you were with us earlier this morning, these guys were the first ones to sail. So they'll be sailing for the 2nd time today. We have Chile with 10 points right now, Portugal 9, Estonia 6, Cuba 4, and we are 1 minute away from the start.
Yeah, it's a tight group. I mean, everyone could win here between the first 3. I mean, everything is open right now. I mean, there's nothing with this double race now. Everything can happen.
Yeah, and talking about everything can happen, I just had information. Red flag for Team Chile. So they have received a penalty. Okay. No, wrong information. They were waving their flag, so they are trying to protest against somebody. I do not know what the result of that protest is. We will see it very shortly here. We will see it very shortly here. Maybe thinking that something against Portugal, aggressive sailing perhaps from Team Portugal. Let's see what's going on here. It looks like Team Portugal is managing to luff Team Chile. So difficult for both of these teams. As we see, they're getting closer and closer to the line. They're going to have to bear away. It's going to be a tight one for them to make it across the line. I see Estonia has clear sailing. Oh, and that is very, very close to the pin and boat. It looks like they made Chile has had to tack and go off to the right. So already a big battle between Portugal and Chile right off the back.
That's it. Portugal getting the best of the two, taking the pin and forcing Chile to tag on port and taking the other side of the. That is, we already know that the left has been very, very favored in the last races that we have seen today. So going to the right now is not the best of the.
Uh-oh, not such a good. Having issues right there on Team Cuba. They had a little problem right there on their tag. Yeah, they're still having issues. They still need to pull in that jib right there on Team Cuba. So attack which is taking far too long on Team Cuba. They're losing crucial distance. That can happen sometimes. It's just really unfortunate. You know, this is the race that counts double in points. They're currently in third place, Cuba. They need to put in a good sail here. Estonia currently out in front. Portugal and Cuba going out to the left.
Yeah, Estonia is going to the right together with Chile. They want to cover them, and they need to go in front of them and put a boat in between. So the strategy is to stay with them and try to put one boat in the middle. That's what Estonia needs to do.
So speaking of strategy, you were here with us earlier this morning. You then left us. And now you're back. In that time right there, were you able to speak with your team? And what was the feeling of what was happening out on the race course with your team?
Yeah, well, they have the feeling that when they have the chances of consolidating some position, they couldn't or they didn't. So what we have talked is that whenever they have the possibility of crossing, they need to cross and consolidate any position they have. That was part of what happened in the first windward leg. In the second one, that they have some left. Remember that Cuba took the left and have a big gain, taking all the risk. And seems like they were sailing with a left wind and didn't cross with Cuba before. So they didn't take the right heading when they have it. They have a lefty and they didn't cross parallel to Cuba before. So what the main conclusion is that if you have any position that you could consolidate a position, take it. I mean, you need to go boat by boat. I mean, and also in the downwind, if you have the opportunity to attack the one in front of you, you need to attack him. I mean,
exactly.
Don't be alone.
It's true that a lot of times in sailing, people will be, respectful and not not too aggressive. And when I say aggressive, it means, like, for example, just tacking on top of another boat. But this is sail racing. It's not disrespectful. This is how racing is. So stop being so nice is basically what they were saying, right? And when you can sail on top of a boat, do it. Take the position.
Yeah,
you know,
you need to consolidate. When you have a ship and it's in favor of you, you need to take it right now. I mean, you don't need to wait. You don't need to think too much. This is a mix because it's like a match racing regatta, but also there are 4 boats, so it's a mix. You know, sometimes you sail like a fleet, sometimes you sail like a match race. Now, for this last race, it's going to be much more a match race because you need some position, especially Estonia, that is third in the group.
So very interesting here to hear what they had to say about the analysis of what was going on here this morning. Remember, this is fleet number 2. They've already sailed once today. I have Juan Reed, which is with me here. He is also a skipper, as you told me, the spare skipper.
Yes.
So definitely a position which needs to take a lot of decisions on the boat, and has a communication with the tactician, even though his main job is to get the boat to move forward fast and to not so much decide where the boat goes, but just making the boat go fast. So being a little bit more aggressive, stop being so nice. This is the SSL Gold Cup Final Series. They need to qualify themselves. For the time being, they're doing a great job. They're the ones with the most points on the leaderboard, but moving forward, they're going to have to sail more aggressively.
Yeah, you have this feeling that you won 2 races, and you got third because Cuba has this problem on the winch.
Yep,
that has to abandon the race. Then they could keep sailing, but they have a big problem with one of the winch, with the retriever, and a big mess with the speaker sheet. That's why they continue in the first downwind.
Right.
Remember?
So did you have some information about that?
Yes, that was the problem. They make a big mess with the retriever and the lines on the winch with the spinnaker.
Okay, I understand.
So they finally released that and keep going, but they keep going when they were really behind the rest of the fleet.
So basically, just so everyone can understand, what happened is they pretty much had a giant ball of spaghetti go around the winch, tied up everything, impossible to bring the spinnaker down because the rope was caught with God knows what else in that. So basically an issue of I was just talking about it in the last race, making sure the boat is clean, and it's just so important. And they lost a lot because of that.
They were winning. They were winning that race, huh?
Yeah, just keeping your boat clean. Just keeping the boat clean. So it's a lot of things in there. Being a little more aggressive, keeping the boat clean, taking your time. Don't rush the maneuvers. I hope you guys are learning a lot about sailing out there, because we have some impressive guests that have been here. Juan, thank you so much for
it's very nice, Jan, to be here, and I'm very nice now to see Chile that is taking the lead after a not very good start. I mean, fighting with Portugal. Portugal controlled the situation, being the leeward boat. They were forced to tack, but they were gaining on the outside side of the field, and now they are winning the regatta, very close to the rest. Boats are very close, so this will be.
As a matter of fact, very interesting to look at that. Portugal pushed Chile out to the right, and that was actually an advantage.
Yes, sometimes it happens, that you push too much, you send your opposite to the other side, and you send it to the favored side.
To the favored side.
Yes. Things are very even right now. You see the difference in meters.
Yeah, there's really nothing in it. 20 meters between our first place boat, and right now it says Estonia, before it was Chile, and now Portugal in second. Let's not look too much right now at the standings. Let's put it this way: take a look right now here, as we show you that all of the boats are pretty much on the same line. So anything could happen at this point. We've already seen a very aggressive start procedure between all of the boats. We have two boats now coming in together. Team Estonia and Portugal. Portugal will try to pass in front of Estonia. It's not going to happen, I think, or will it? Portugal just being able to get out in front and tack on top of Team Estonia, pushing Estonia, bouncing Estonia back off to the right-hand side, and that's exactly what you were talking about earlier in the team tactics. Being aggressive, making sure instead of tacking underneath them, now tack on top of them. Make sure they send them back off to the right.
They send it to the right and then go to the left to consolidate with the guys on the left. So you do both. In this case, Portugal is a good move because you are controlling the left fleet, Chile and Cuba, and then you're sending Estonia to the right.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of both, like you were saying, a little bit of match racing there with Estonia, making sure they're getting on top of them and sending off to the other side. Portugal coming back to the center of the race area in order to make sure that they get on top of Chile, where we will most likely see them tack on top of both those boats.
Probably they're gonna cover them. Maybe a loose cover, so they don't want to take the left again. I don't know. The left is not looking so nice right now, so that's why Portugal is getting better and is taking the lead again. So the right, they have a small righty. That's why he's crossing nicely than before. We didn't expect that. Maybe they are not too close to the left lane line. Maybe in the left lane line you get a little more lefty. But yeah, I think Portugal will needs to decide. I think it's going to be against Chile, not to Cuba. That is, Cuba is not in the.
Yeah, exactly. It has
fight,
strategically speaking, there is no point in covering Cuba. Now, what they can do is they know that if they cover Cuba, and if they cover Cuba, then that will be one more boat that will be behind them, and hopefully Cuba will then start racing against, the two other boats that are in there and create more problems, allowing Portugal to get out in front. So Portugal right now, a very, very interesting game that they're playing. They are trying to cover, making sure they're staying between their opponents and the weather mark. And at the same time trying to cause all sorts of chaos in their wake, and it's working out pretty good right now. Now here we go, starboard, as you can hear them screaming.
And there's a situation with two boats. Cuba needs to tack first.
So Cuba is tacking first. They have to tack, and Portugal absolutely must react to that situation. It's an important starboard situation. Portugal is forced to react to Cuba turning, and there's Portugal. Portugal going in from a very powerful position to right now a little bit of a complicated situation. If they can lay the windward mark, then they're okay. If they can't, they're in big trouble.
They need to make a high mode as much as is needed to consolidate this first. It seems like they are very safe.
Looks like they're going to be able to make it. So, very close. There's nothing in it right now between Chile and Cuba. They are neck and neck. Portugal is just ahead. Here we go, just arrived at the weather mark. Now, it's going to be very important for all of these teams. Once again, that so crucial Spinnaker set. Let's take a look at what's going on. Smooth as fast. Good bear away. Good bear away, good drop. Spinnaker is full. That was textbook. Oh, let's see what's going on here with Team Cuba. Or is that Chile? No, that's Cuba out in front. Chile
the retriever
down at the bottom. Chile getting the overlap, potentially being able to love Cuba right now. Looks like a good set for everybody. And Chile just taking their time. Oh, we have an issue a little bit. There's something going on with the drop line on the Team Chile's boat right there. So that's a little bit disappointing right there for Team Chile. They're not going to be losing much, but they're certainly not going to be gaining there on Team Cuba. So nothing in it. 7 seconds between Portugal and Cuba, and even less between Cuba and Chile.
Here the fight is to go down, and the first that jibes and can get a clear air in the opposite side is the one that will be getting better to the leeward mark. Portugal has some more gap, but the rest are very, very tight.
And there you called it.
Portugal going freely there to the opposite side. Now the fight will be against these three boats. Cuba being blocked by Chile, and Chile being blocked by
and a nice pump coming out of that.
Yeah, with the wave. Yeah. So now it's going to be a battle of who jibes better, you know?
Yeah. Chile right there, not much pressure in their spinnaker. Chile's the boat in the middle right there.
Everyone forcing the low mode, you know, but that stops you. So Estonia jive, now Chile needs to wait to Cuba, no?
Yeah.
And also needs to be more in clear air. So if they don't have clear air, they cannot jive. They need to wait a little. That seems like Chile is going to block Cuba in the opposite type. That's the game, you know, match racing.
Right, exactly. Let's take a look at the projected results. Top left-hand side of your screen. Portugal right now, currently as it stands, with 17 points. Chile with 14. So currently, as we're standing right now on the first downwind leg here, Portugal and Chile are qualified for the next round. Cuba in front. Estonia and Cuba tied with 10. Like those numbers keep changing. Let's put it this way: Portugal right now and Chile, they are going through as it stands. Certainly Portugal right now. So let's keep looking at this right now, and we will see what's happening. If Chile at this point right now were to be in last place, they would be tied with Estonia, and then it would be a question of who has had the most amount of wins, and at that game Chile would win and therefore would be qualified.
The problem is that the number of wins will be, well, if Estonia wins, then it will have 2 wins because it's a double race, and Chile also have 2. So it will be even in tied in wins, and then what makes a difference is this race.
Yes, it will be. No, it's the most.
That's what I understand. But it's going to be very tight anyway. I mean, Chile.
Yeah, and here's something else that could happen. If Estonia catches up 2 more spots, then we could have a change between the second team that would be qualified, and potentially Chile would not get qualified. So if Estonia goes right now, manages to get out in front of Portugal, it could change the deal for Team Chile. We have Cuba is out, we know that. But right now, it's a real battle between Portugal, Chile, and Estonia. So, right now, no one is safe here in this fleet. It is very, very, very tight racing. We'll have to see what happens. And this whole issue about ties and things like that. Yeah. It's written in the racing instructions, and basically it says when you have a tie, it's the person who has the most amount of wins. So you go to see who has the most amount of first places, who has the most amount of second places,
yeah.
And so on and so forth. And if they're tied all the way to the end, the decision is the
last race.
Overall ranking. Yeah.
Okay.
The rules have changed a little bit here. That's a little bit special. There are a couple different things.
You're right. That is a ranking. Yes.
There are a couple different things that are happening because this is a special event. In a world sailing special events, along with some of the other really big regattas that are out here in the world. So really interesting, and one of the very interesting things is we will have a world champion coming out of this. So it will be the SSL Gold Cup world champion coming out of this, because we are, and SSL is a special event for world sailing.
So things are quite even right now, with Estonia and Chile fighting one another, and we need to see what happened with Cuba in order not to be pressured and not make it go and sailing high. Now what they need to do is to keep the distance with Estonia and look for them in the jive, you know. So we will see what is going on in the next jive, who is in front. And very even. We can see the meters.
Yeah, the battle right here that we're looking into, which is one of the battles we really need to keep an eye on here, is really going to be Estonia versus Chile. The mathematics have been done. If Estonia is 2 spots in front of Chile, they will end up in second place overall. So here goes Peru coming down. Oh no, Peru, sorry, Portugal. Uh-oh, bad move for Portugal. Spinnaker's in the water. It looks like the spinnaker is in the water and is slowing the boat down. So the pressure is going on Team Portugal. That was not such a good job not such a good takedown. What's going on here on Team Chile? What's going on? Oh, there's a spinnaker in the water down there in the back. That's Cuba, I believe. Let's look at Chile right here. Chile having a little bit of a tough time getting that spinnaker in. Okay, no, it's good. We're okay. Spinnaker's in. All right, let's concentrate on that jib. We've got issues with the jib.
The halyard, yeah.
The halyard has not been taken. There's not enough pressure on the halyard.
There you are.
There it is. There it is. We're seeing the pitman right there, putting the pressure on the halyard. Woo, that was a close one for Chile. Oh, they're feeling the pressure as well. Now they got to make sure, Chile has to make sure that Cuba does not get in front of them. As long as Chile stays in front of Cuba, they will be qualified. If Estonia manages to have another boat between, to have 2 boats between, to have 2 spots in front of Chile, they will end up in second overall. For the time being, it looks like, let's take a look at the top. They are tied currently as the standings go right now. Chile and Estonia, you see, are tied at 12 points. So there's not much in it. If Estonia gets in front of Portugal, it could be this could be goodbye for Chile. I really hope not, but let's see what's happening here. Portugal has got a good lead, 100-meter lead over Estonia, and it looks very shifty and patchy. So we're on the 3rd leg. Your team right now currently still in it, but tied at 12 points.
Yeah, very tight. Now we need to see what happened with Cuba in this next crossing, and to see if the left or the right was the best side of the field coming out from the leeward mark. Now they will cross and we will see what are the difference. Wind is blowing a little more, it's more stable but not less shifty. We look like sometimes it's the right, sometimes it's the left, so it's very tricky to find the good decisions in the windward leg.
So shifty conditions out there. We can't just say go to the left, go to the right. It's really opening up the playfield. Here we see Team Estonia, everybody hiking out.
Good pressure on the right, looks like for me right now. Better than the left, no?
Well, this is the first time we've seen everybody out. So let's see, we'll see as we get the onboards from the others if it's only pressure on the right-hand side with Estonia, or are the other boats also going into this slightly more breezy side, or is it just a patch of wind that they found?
Yeah.
Looks like Cuba isn't hiking out so hard. Okay, here we go. Perhaps they're getting into that wind as well right now. Cuba going down. Yeah, we see them putting on a little bit more main sheet right there. We see that the boom has gone down a little bit. The main sheet track is down in the middle. The boom is down a little bit, so it looks like there is definitely pressure out there.
And you see less waves than the previous day, so you can tight a little more the sheet, you can have the sails a little more flat, put a little more backstay or runners on the rig. It's much flatter than the previous day. So.
Yeah, we definitely see. I mean, the previous day we were just seeing them slamming into the waves,
yeah.
and the boom was just shaking every time they would land. We haven't seen that today.
No,
not as much.
No, little more wind and flatter water. So.
Projected results up on the top left.
Wow.
Portugal 13, Chile 12, Cuba 12, Estonia 12. We have a three-way tie as it stands right now. Portugal and Chile are still in it. Oh, wow. We weren't expecting that.
Yes.
So very, very close here in this fleet number 2. There is nothing in it, as currently Portugal, it has only one tiny little point ahead of everybody else. Chile, Cuba, Estonia tied with 12 points on the second windward leg of the last race. Race number 4 here on the Golden Day. Points are worth double. How exciting is this?
Yeah, exciting, complicated for Chile. Unfortunately, it's not getting the win of the rest of the 3 boats, and it's going to be a hard distance to recover in downwind. So.
Yeah, and when we were looking at the qualification series, Cuba did an amazing job at just being able to come back and qualify themselves, and that's how they're here in the finals. Is Cuba going to pull out all the tricks at the last moment and be able to qualify themselves? Difficult to see what's going on now. All the teams are very, very close together, so the projected results are going in every single way right now. As it stands right now, Estonia is out in front. Chile is in 4th place, and if that's the case, it's Estonia and Portugal now going through. Chile is being kicked out as it stands right now. Cuba is 4th, but all that could change. Ooh, it's going to be exciting. Let me just check here. I believe that we did not have a course change, so as soon as we get to the top mark, we should have the dog leg or the and go to the offset mark. If that is the case, it'll be a little bit safer for everybody, and they'll have a little bit more time to be able to put their spinnakers up.
Yeah.
But anything can happen. That was an aggressive tack right there. A very fast tack. Oh, you can tell the pressure is on right now. Estonia leading over Cuba. Cuba is coming back into the picture now. Oh, they're having to duck down. It's a big duck for Cuba. Having to duck behind what looks to be Portugal. So, Portugal now coming back into the picture. Estonia still out in front right now. 16 meters of a lead for Estonia. Portugal is on his starboard tack. It looks like there's a little bit of a right shift. Looks like Chile is out to the left. 360 meters. There's Chile down there. What happened? Why all of a sudden such a big distance gap between Chile?
Hard to say. I mean, they were on the left, trying to get to the weather to the left ley line, but distance right now seems to be very big. Looks like he was never getting to the pressure or to the shift. So we saw something similar in the previous days, the previous regatta this morning with the same fleet. If you don't really get to the corner or to the left ley line, you don't get the lefty or the advantage.
So you're saying he went left, but not far enough?
Seems to me, or maybe the guys from the right has this more pressure. I mean, we could see how Estonia could consolidate, rounding the leeward mark in second or third place. I mean, he went directly to the outside of the field and consolidated the first. So.
Okay, 110 meters until we get to the weather mark right there. We just saw an onboard picture of a tack from Team Estonia. A very good tack from Team Estonia. Team Estonia right now should lay. They're about 70 meters away from the mark. Here comes Team Portugal tacking right there in the background. It's going to be Estonia up at the weather mark first. There they go. Now off to the dog leg. Off on a beam reach to the offset mark right now. 6 seconds behind is Portugal. Portugal putting on the pressure. And now the crucial moment right now for Team Estonia. They have to get this right if they want to qualify themselves. And it looks good so far. And that's a good hoist and a good drop for Team Estonia. Look at Portugal there in the background. Oh, a little bit slow for Team Portugal getting that spinnaker up. Looks like they're having a little bit of issues on Team Portugal. Spinnaker's up. Taking time to take that ship down. The spinnaker's still not set. This is good for Estonia. Not so good for Portugal. Oh, and we have all sorts of issues in the back for Cuba. Cuba with a problem with their spinnaker right there. Okay, all right, they just solved the issue. I thought that was going to be in a whole entangled mess right there for Team Cuba. And we see Team Chile all the way in back. They have gone across. They have gotten to the weather mark. So, Chile, Team Chile is 1 minute and 30 seconds behind the others.
Yeah.
Here we go. We are on board with Team Chile. Team Chile, 1 minute 42 seconds. That is quite far back. They need to. What's going on? All right. Okay. No problem. Everything's under control. Everybody. We are just here on the beam reach, getting to the offset mark. Here comes the horse from Team Chile. And it looks like a good horse right there from Team Chile. Very quick, within 2 boat lengths, it was up. So that's a good maneuver right there on Team Chile. We will see what happens. Let's take a look here. Top left, Portugal correct on projected results. On the top left, Portugal with 15 points, Estonia with 14, Chile right now with 12, Cuba with 8. So it looks as though right now, as it stands, Portugal and Estonia are going through. Chile and Cuba are, as it stands right now, are disqualified, or not disqualified, but will not be passing on to the next round. Now, there is perhaps one positive last resort options for Chile right now. They are the boat in the back. They will be the first boat to get new wind if there is new wind.
Yeah, there is also an option, but the field is quite not full of wind, but the wind is already established, so it's going to be very hard to make something different. I mean, if you have a very, very bumpy or very slow condition like yesterday, maybe you could get an advantage getting with the wind when it's coming from behind, but with this more consolidated, it's almost impossible to recover from this position. We are more reliable right now in the lucky loser spot to get to the next phase, you know. So
look, I appreciate you being so realistic.
Yeah, well.
It's tough. It's tough, but you know. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's a tough situation for you, and I really wish that they could do something more, but it's very difficult for Team Chile, who was in it for such a long time. And right now, just managing to not get out there on the side, it's so tough.
It was rare. It was tricky. I mean, it's a huge distance for being there. I mean, there was nothing strange, nothing wrong. It's hard to say why so much difference in meters, you know, against the rest of the fleet. So, well, Cuba is having a big problems with the spinnaker sheet. You see that there is an 8, so maybe there's an opportunity there. Now you could see that the sheet of the spinnaker is around the sheet right of the spinnaker right now in the Cuban boat. So maybe this would be an option, but we'll see. We'll see how much they lose with that.
Okay, I'm just getting some information, and that's very, very good news for you, because apparently the calculation that we saw earlier was not quite on. It seems as though Chile currently right now has 12 points. They are tied with the others, and seeing as they've had the most wins, it looks as though they are still qualified. So we're just taking a look at what's going on here. We see that they have 12 points with the projected results here. Portugal and Estonia, Chile currently in 3rd place. Right. Okay. I understand now what's going on. What is going on is there are actually going to be 2 lucky losers.
Yeah, I know. That's where
there are going to be 2 lucky losers, and this is what's going on. So they will not be qualified directly here in this group, but they will be the best team. They will be the best loser, and so therefore they should get qualified for those 2 spots that we have left. Because there are 2 teams that can't come to the 16th of the finals. All right, it's a little difficult to explain with 160 meters left to the finishing line, but it seems as though the information is, and the calculations go, that Team Chile will be in because they will be one of the 2 best losers. All right, anyhow, 50 meters left to go here as Estonia is about to cross the finishing line, and there it is. Estonia takes the win right here, qualifying themselves to the finals, followed by Portugal. Congratulations, Estonia. Congratulations, Portugal. Qualified for the 16th, for the next round, the 16th of the finals of the SSL Gold Cup Final Series. That looks intense. They look like
relief.
Ah, there we go. They're realizing now. They're realizing now. It took about 100 meters for them to realize. Let's go on board. Okay, that was a good little quick team huddle right there. Now they've got to take the spinnaker down, because yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is not it. We are not done racing here. We still have more racing to go. We will take a look here at the last 2 teams to cross the finishing line before we're gonna go take a break and then come back to racing for the last race of the day. But right now, this race is not over. Estonia has crossed, Portugal has passed, Cuba is passing the finishing line right now. They've already passed the finishing line. They're 1 minute 21 seconds. Looks like Chile just passed the finishing line right there. They look disappointed. I don't know if they know if they've done the calculations or not. Probably not. They've got other things to worry about when they were out on the water.
They know that they are out, and we are resting on or counting on the lucky loser. But I need also to do the calculation what happened in the next fleet with that. I mean, how is it going to end the third one in the next fleet to see if we are in front or behind them, you know?
So race results: 8 points for Estonia, 6 points for Portugal, 4 points for Cuba, and 2 points for Chile. Chile not directly qualifying themselves. Well, let's take a look at the next slide here, and you will understand that. It'll be easier to understand. There we go. So Portugal and Estonia moving on to the next round, the 16th of the finals. Chile, Cuba are out, but we have 2 spots left, because there are 2 teams that could not come here in the 16th of the finals, which means that we will be taking 2 of the losers and bringing them up to the 16th of the finals, which means that the 2 best losers, what we call the lucky losers, they will be able to move on through. And it looks like Chile might be one of them, according to calculations being made in the background. But that's what happens. Very, very exciting on this golden day where everything counts twice. Anything can happen. And as we wait for the teams to go on to the boats and teams to change, we will take a small break, and we will be right back for the final race of the day.
What is the hardest part of the SSL race? Probably the start in these conditions with the waves, getting our time on distance correct. What do you guys think?
Yeah, mate, it's fun. Showed it today.
Yeah.
Bad start, hard to get back in.
Yeah.
Waves around Gran Canaria are friendly or nasty. They would be friendly if there was wind to surf them with, but right now they are nasty.
Yeah, very nasty.
Especially yesterday.
It just feels like you're chopping wood on starboard and port tack, like hitting the same wave twice before you get over it.
Yeah, so just important to keep the boat powered up and moving. We'll make it to the next round.
Us. We had the momentum going into the that's all right.
Paper, rock, scissors, right?
Paper, rock, scissors, yeah.
No, I think in our round, I think the reason why we're all here is because it's going to be one race for the series, basically, because everyone's pretty much tied. And maybe there's a 2-point penalty, but that doesn't matter because with the double points, even if you're one place ahead, it'll be the last score that counts. So it's pretty much all to play for tomorrow. Ciao ragazzi.
Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, and here we are for the 5th race of the day for fleet number 3. Let's take a look at the national anthems.
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Safeguard our names.
And we're back. We're about to get ready to go racing here for the 5th race of the day. Before we get out to the water, let's take a look at the team lineup here with Bermuda. We have as the main trimmer you see on the bottom right, that is Ruckle Evans. He is a fin specialist. He's also captain of the team, and his latest achievement was winning the TP52 Australian Gold Cup as a grinder. Our next team coming up is the Team Malaysia. Captain of Team Malaysia is Megat Daniel. Megat Daniel is not currently sailing on the boat today. That is his team right there. All of them very good international sailors, many of them having won local and national regattas in Malaysia. Our next team coming up here is Team Ukraine. The team captain for Ukraine is Ihor Mavienko. And Ihor Mavienko, you see, is at the bottom of your screen right there. He is number 13. He is trimmer on the jib and spinnaker. He has been to the Olympics 3 times, and he won gold in the 470 class. He is also won, of course, European Championships, World Championship, and currently president of the Sailing Federation Dnipro and founder of the MIR Yacht Club. So, here we go with our last team, Antigua Barbuda. Right here on Team Antigua Barbuda, we have Shannon Falcone, which is the team captain now. Shannon Falcone, he has participated, right there you see him, he's the main trimmer. He has already participated in 6 America's Cup. He is currently sailing in his 7th America's Cup, and in 2003, you may remember that remontada amazing race where the Team Oracle came back to win the America's Cup. Well, he was on that boat. So he's got a young crew that's with him, less decorated sailors, and he's really showing them the ropes, and they've been sailing very, very well this whole week. This is the provisional overall as it stands right now. 3 races have been raced in this fleet. Antigua and Barbuda are leading the fleet. Now notice Antigua, Barbuda, Ukraine, and Malaysia are all tied at 8 points. Bermuda is in 4th place, but only 2 points behind. So this right here is the fleet where anyone and anything can happen. We have seen Antigua Barbuda, like I said, sailing well on top of the leaderboard currently, but anything can happen. So, without further ado, let's get out onto the water. There is 1 minute and 14 seconds left before the start, this being a crucial moment here and the 4th race on the Golden Day. Remember, points count double today, so very, very important for these teams to be able to win. It is a tie between 3 teams, like we said earlier, so let's get concentrated here. Looks like we are on the Ukrainian boat, defending their position. Looks like they are the most lured boat right now, giving Malaysia a whole bunch of issues right there. We see Bermuda right there. It's the lured boat going to luff Malaysia, which gives a little bit of a break here for Ukraine. Ukraine trying to stop the opposition. 10 seconds left to go. And it looks like the Bermuda is saying, go up, go up, go up, go up. Oh, protest from Bermuda for not replying, for not luffing.
Bearing away, doing a turn. Round the pin.
All right, let's see what's going on here. It looks as though... All right, so Bermuda right there, protested Ukraine. Oh no, there's an issue. There's an issue on the Ukrainian boat. Looks like they have an issue. That's no good. Bermuda is having to turn around. So here's what happened. Bermuda put up their red flag as in protest to Ukraine because Ukraine didn't respond to their luff. It seems as though the jury has decided that the move made by Team Bermuda was too aggressive and put the boats into danger, and so therefore they got a penalty. That is my understanding right now. We will come back to this situation once I get an explanation directly from the jury. It might take a little bit of time. It looks as though, oh no! It looks as though we have a halyard. No. Some of the standing rigging is down. We have a big issue here on the Ukrainian boat. Oh no, this is terrible. The boat looks like one of the shrouds broke. Looks like one of the shrouds broke on the boat, and they are having to take the mainsail down. And that's it. That's it for Ukraine. Ukraine is out. Oh, that is terrible. What a terrible way to go. Ukraine is out. Ukraine is out. The part has broken on their boat, and they will not be able to, obviously, standing rigging, if that breaks, there's nothing you can do. The big risk right there is that the mast actually breaks in half and comes down, and not only are we going to break the boat, but we have potential danger of also sending several people to the hospital. So that's why you saw them taking down those sails. So drama in race number 4. Just off the start, Ukraine breaks a shroud, and that's it. The hopes for Ukraine are over. They will not be able to qualify themselves. So now let's keep on going. The story continues. We are on board here with Antigua and Barbuda. Current leaders right now, 38 meters ahead of Malaysia. Remember, Antigua, Malaysia, they have the same amount of points, and Bermuda was only 6 points behind. Depending on how you do the math, perhaps, well, any one of these teams could actually get qualified. Now, let's concentrate a little bit on the racing here. We'll let you do the mathematics at home. Let's take a look at what's going on over here, because the wind has come up, and I know that we have a race course which has shifted slightly to the right. The axis of the race course is 010 north. And we have a race course that is 1.1 nautical miles in length. So here we are on board of Malaysia. Malaysia, which is only 23 meters behind Antigua. Right there, very concentrated, not much talking going on here on this boat. Good heel. All I'm seeing are sneakers in the air, and that's a very good thing. That means that everybody is out right there. We listen on board, and you can't hear much, and that's a very good thing. If you can't hear much, then that means that generally we say a boat that's a quiet boat is a fast boat. Only 16 meters now, so looks like Malaysia is managed to reel in. Oh, what a wonderful shot right there. Malaysia in the front of your picture. Antigua just behind. It looks so smooth, but you can tell how big the waves are right there. Beautiful shot of those two boats just battling it out. Now, if Malaysia can actually keep them going out in front and get a little bit out in front, they'll be in a powerful position. Looks like both the boats are now tacked. Malaysia right there putting in attack. So Antigua must have tacked before. Looks like Antigua did not tack. Malaysia decided to go in behind them and to cut left. So obviously they were not in a very powerful, not in the position they wanted to be in. And it looks as though there is a left-hand shift. Here we are seeing a good left-hand shift. Malaysia probably wanting to come back to the middle and making sure that they're keeping Bermuda behind them. So it's not so much a race for being in first, it's a race right now for being able to stay in the top two positions. Remember, doesn't matter if you're first or second, what counts is being either first or second. So right now, it looks like a smart move from Malaysia to go back into the middle and to cover Bermuda. I've just got news. Let's take a look here and I'll explain it to you later in just a moment. There's the attack from Bermuda. So I have information, no redress for Ukraine. Ukraine is out. There is nothing Ukraine can do. They had a problem and they are out. It's always very, very tough. Very tough to see a team go out on equipment that breaks. That's part of the sport. You know, these boats, you can take care of them as much as you want, no matter what happens. You will, you know, sometimes you will have things that break. So it's very unfortunate. Could have happened to anybody. And that's part of sports, especially, you know, we're trying to take that out of the equation, trying to take the boats out of the equation, but, you know, there's nothing you can do. For sailing, you have to sail on a boat. Otherwise, it'd be called swimming. So, anyhow, here we are back in the battle between Malaysia and Bermuda. And that's exactly what's going on. Malaysia is now tacking on top of Bermuda, making sure Bermuda cannot pass them. Malaysia is not going after the first place. They are defending their second place. There you see it. Malaysia trying to place themselves between Bermuda and the windward leg. Now, by having gone off to the left, it looks as though they have a certain advantage on catching back up to Antigua. Now, take a look. We should see the distance dropping between our leader, Antigua, and Malaysia right now. Look at that distance, 218, 215, 207, 200 meters. So it's going down, and it's an obvious left shift right now. There's a left shift right there on the race course. So it's good right there for Malaysia. It looks like Antigua Barbuda will have, perhaps may have, enough distance. Let's listen in.
3, 2,
Nope, apparently they do not have enough room to pass in front, so they'll just tack right in front of Malaysia. Malaysia has got the speed, though. They've got the speed. Looks like there's nothing Antigua Barbuda can do. So we're right back to where we were earlier. These two boats are really close to one another and casting a giant wind shadow on Team Bermuda. I would have to see, depending on where they are in the race course, Bermuda may have to tack, or perhaps they're going to have to stay here in this position because they have to go over to the ley line. It looks like right now Antigua is in the high mode and they're able to take out Malaysia. They're in a high mode. They're in a very powerful position right here. They are casting a wind shadow on Malaysia. Malaysia has no choice. They either fall behind or they have to tack away. Action-packed leg number 1 here in this 5th race of the day. Race number 4 for Fleet 3, where we've already seen disaster for Ukraine right off the line. A giant battle is going on right now between Malaysia. Oh, and I see protest. There's a protest from Malaysia against Antigua Barbuda. Oh, and there's a protest. There is a protest. So somebody is going to have to do a turn, and it looks like it's going to be these guys. All right, here's what they're going to do. Most likely is they are going to bear away, do their 360, and then set their spinnaker. Let's go on board and listen to the maneuver. They can't be in front of the other boats.
Get around this mark, huh? Exactly. Get down.
So that's one jibe for Antigua Barbuda. That's half of their penalty done. Here goes the tack. And there it is. The 360 has been done. And now it's hoist that spinnaker. Here comes Shannon. They're about to put in the power right there. Massive power. Antigua Barbuda just got a penalty. They're now in 3rd place. This is super. Oh, we have a spinnaker that just dropped. Somebody released the main halyard, the spinnaker halyard on Team Bermuda. Either that or something has broken on the boat. Oh, anything could happen right now. Antigua Barbuda just did a penalty 360. Looks like we have an issue on Team Bermuda. Looks like the spinnaker is going back up slowly, so that looks like to be human error right there. Very difficult. This is good for Antigua Barbuda as they're able to get back into it off of their penalty. And disaster for Bermuda, dropping the spinnaker accidentally. This is what's happening when you have so much pressure. Now all these teams are absolutely tied in points, more or less. Right now, anyone can go through. So the pressure is huge. Mistakes are being made. Absolutely crazy. We have had drama in this leg at number 1. A complete return of situations as we got to the weather mark with penalties and all sorts of things going on with their spinnakers. This is getting crazy. What else are we going to see as we get down to the gates? There it is. Projected results on the top left-hand side of your screen. Malaysia and Antigua are in it right now. Bermuda tied with Bermuda's got 12 points, and that would tie them off with Antigua. And then once you have a tie, it's a question of who got the most amount of first places, then second places, and so on and so forth. So those are the projected results. But ladies and gentlemen, as you see, anything can happen at any time. There could be many more changes. Remember, the next thing that we're going to see is that leeward gate rounding for all 3 of these teams. Malaysia have got to take it easy and have a clean drop at that gate. Any mistakes on their part, and they're going to be seeing Antigua, Barbuda, and Bermuda coming right back on top of them. 1,100 and some odd meters until we get down to the mark. Getting closer and closer. So I'm just getting some news here on what happened on Ukraine. Nice pressure there. Seems as though the pin broke on the lower spreader. So pin broke on the lower spreader. So that is very, very rare. So it's not a big problem to fix, but that is something that's very, very rare to break. That is a very strong piece right there. Anyway, that's what happened on Team Ukraine. Now you know what happened, but that won't change anything. They cannot redress. They cannot pose. They cannot not ask for a redress. It won't go through. That won't work. So Ukraine is out. Let's concentrate here on the 3 teams that we still have racing. And oh man, is this exciting. We are 500 meters away from the leeward gate. Anything can happen. There is a battle of epic proportions currently going on right now between Bermuda and Antigua Barbuda. As soon as these guys, they still have to, I believe they have to do a jibe in order to get down to the leeward gate. I might be wrong, we'll see. No matter what happens, one thing is for sure. They will have to drop those spinnakers, and if those finish in the water, then it is potentially a disqualification or not qualifying for the next round. There's a jibe for Team Malaysia. That's definitely a jibe for Team Malaysia right there. Uh-oh, that's the halyard going down. Well, you can tell the nerves are coming up here on Team Malaysia. That was a little mistake right there. Uh-oh, here we go. They're going to drop the spinnaker. This better be good because this is a super late drop. And it's not. The spinnaker is in the water. Late drop. This is potential catastrophe. The jib is on the wrong side. Spinnaker is in the water. Oh, and they had the time to do it. They decided to go late. And now catastrophe on the Malaysian boat. And this is good for Bermuda. Bermuda's going to be coming back. I don't think the jib is set correctly. I don't see it. I don't see it on the bottom left-hand side of your screen right there. They're only sailing on the mainsail. Here we go. We're seeing the jib coming into the picture now. This is good for Bermuda. Bermuda got a good drop. Everything's already set on the Bermudan boat. Good mark rounding for Bermuda. Catastrophe from Malaysia. And where is Antigua Barbuda? Here we go. We see them coming into the picture. Now, if they want a chance at making this and being able to come back and catch the other two, they've got to get a good rounding. Very good. Very nice drop. Very nice drop. The spinnaker's already in there, taking their time. Slow is fast. Good job. Very nice mark rounding. Look at that. And bam, back up to windward. So, the cleanest maneuver right here is on this team. I must say Bermuda also did a great job at putting their spinnaker up. So, let's see how much damage that has cost to Team Malaysia. They had a 40-second lead, and that has just dwindled down to nothing. Take a look at the top left-hand side of your screen. Those are the projected results right now. We're looking at Malaysia, Antigua Barbuda going through. And that is taking into account the tie, the 12 points tie between second and third place. Antigua Barbuda, having had won more races, are on top of the leaderboard. So those are the two teams currently that are going to pass and go through. So an eventful leeward gate rounding for Malaysia, a lot less for Bermuda and Antigua. And now it's back for the last upwind of the day. Anything could still happen. I like it. Not much talking on this boat. Nice and concentrated. There you go. We just saw Rockall Evans right there pulling on that blue rope in the middle of your screen. That is the boom vang. Trying to get a little bit more power. All we're seeing are the bottom of those sneakers. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Pull hard. And counting right there, you're seeing that, you're hearing the 3, 2, 1. That is the countdown till the next puff. So everybody's pulling real hard to get out there. Look, even the tactician in the back behind the skipper, you could just see his hands. He's hanging out on the side of the boat. Everybody pull hard. That's right. Get that boat flat. Make sure you go as fast as possible. For the time being, Malaysia, Antigua Barbuda are in it. No, I'm sorry. Malaysia, Antigua Barbuda are in it. Bermuda is out with a tie. between themselves and Antigua. There's Malaysia in the hot seat right now. They see those boats coming back. They're going to have to do attack. There will be a port starboard situation between Malaysia and Bermuda. There's a situation right now, very, very tense here on the third leg. This is the golden day. All points count double. Anything could happen right here. Here we go. Here's the tack from Malaysia. Good tack. We see that jib coming back in right away. It seems as though they have solved all the issues that they had earlier. Looks good. Looks like a clean boat right there. And here we go. Port starboard situation. What's going to happen? Will Malaysia be able to pass out in front of Bermuda? It looks like they will. There's really nothing in it. But they make it. They pass out in front. So that mistake down at the leeward gate has cost them dearly. Teams are coming back up for the time being. They can do what they want here, Team Malaysia. They're not being influenced by the others. But slowly, 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 the boats are coming together as they get towards that windward mark. You can tell from the body language and what they're saying now. I don't speak their language, but I can definitely tell there is a lot of tension on that Malaysian boat. It's already cost them a couple mistakes. So Malaysia needs to calm down, relax, and make sure they stay out in front, get focused. There we go, both teams have tacked. Let's take a look right here. Bermuda, Malaysia coming right back into a port starboard situation. It looks like there is a slight right-hand shift with Malaysia coming back in. They will meet, which means that Malaysia has the right-of-way. Malaysia has the right-of-way. Bermuda seems to have... Bermuda is passing behind here. Tack from Malaysia. We need a clean tack. Good. Yep, nice tack right there. Nice and fast. Weight to the windward side. These guys are physically a little bit smaller than the guys from Bermuda, so they really need to hike and get some weight over the edge if they want to be able to keep their advantage. Remember, they've just come out of attack, so they've got less speed. All right, Malaysia, come on. Hike, guys. Get out there, get that boat flat. Looks like they're having a tough time right there. Bermuda underneath them, going into a high mode. Giving them all sorts of trouble. Bermuda right now in a very powerful position. And they're obviously able to go higher and faster than Malaysia. Malaysia is dropping down below. And they don't have a choice. Malaysia has to stay there. Malaysia could tack and go off to the left-hand side, but there's no point. They're on the ley line. They're on the port ley line right now. If Malaysia...
That's the offset, right?
If Malaysia goes off to the right and does a double tack, that's just disastrous for them. So Malaysia is now stuck behind Bermuda. Bermuda seems like they are bearing away. Perhaps they were a little bit high on the ley line. So now Bermuda into a fast mode, bearing away. You can see there they've released the mainsail because they were probably a little bit over ley line. So now they have bared away. Now they are probably accelerating much faster than Antigua Barbuda if they were to be coming up on the other side. Looks as though Antigua Barbuda is quite far behind, as you see on the top left-hand side of your screen, 400 meters behind. We are only 120 meters away from the windward mark. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going in for attack, and what will be the last hoist of the day for these teams. There's the tack, off to a beam reach. As they go on the dog leg, all the way to the offset mark. Here comes a crucial moment for both these teams. Let's go on board and listen in. And that's a good hoist right there from Bermuda. You can tell the grinder there, the number 4, giving everything he had. And that's a very nice hoist and a good drop. Malaysia in the background. Malaysia did a great job as well, breathing down the neck of Bermuda. You saw that grinder right there, just putting all his weight back, using his body in order to grind. I can tell you from experience, when you do that, you've got nothing left in the tank. He is out of gas right there. So right now, this is on pure, sheer willpower right there. You can see him breathing hard, breathing heavy. Right now, BPMs right there for those 2 grinders, man, they must be way, way up there. They're 32 minutes in. It's 32 minutes that they've been either hiking as hard as they can or grinding as hard as they can. Super physical sport when you're in these sort of conditions, but not only do you have to grind and hike, you gotta be on the timing. If the grinder's not on it, nothing happens on that boat. So it's physical, but it's also mental. Look on the floor. You see those buttons at the bottom of the grinding pedestals? Those are to activate the winches. If you forget to press on the correct one, you will not activate the winches and nothing will go up. So it's a mental game, it's a physical game, and look at that right now, the pressure being put on right now by Team Malaysia on Bermuda, working every single wave. On the bottom left-hand side right there of your screen is the trimmer. Notice how all he does is sheet out right there. And then the grinders grind, turn the winch, there it is. Every wave, getting a good wave. There's a good surf right there. Oh, very nice. Nice. Look at the distance they managed to put on Malaysia. Working the spinnaker. Don't be fooled. The skipper is also working in the background, trying to get that. So is everybody else in the front. You got to also be thinking right now, what are you going to do? Are we going to put in a jibe? When are we going to put in a jibe? Projected results as it stands right now, looks like Bermuda and Malaysia are going to the finals, tied on 14 points as it stands right now. Antigua Barbuda are not qualified, but anything could happen. We still have a couple of jibes that need to be put in. Here we go. Obviously this one needs to be absolutely impeccable for these guys. 1,600 meters left of this last downwind leg before their fate is sealed, whether they're going or not to the next round, the 16th of the finals. What a battle between Bermuda and Malaysia right now. Oh, and there's a protest from Bermuda. Protest from Bermuda against Malaysia. Okay, let's see what's coming up. What flag is going to be given here to Malaysia? What flag will be given here to Malaysia? Is it a green flag or is it a red flag? Oh no, I can't see it. I don't see a flag that has come out from the jury. No flag. I mean, something has to come up. Okay, but so it looks like they came close together right there. Bermuda put up a flag. I think we probably missed it because when that happens, the jury has to say whether it's if the protest is accepted or not. It is very, very possible that the jury has just said, nope, there is no need, there is no protest, and they'll put up a green flag, and perhaps it was just that instant where the jury was out of our field of vision. Anyways, that protest didn't work. Aggressive sailing here from Team Bermuda, who has jibed away. They are now on a starboard tack, and they're going back. There it is. All right, it's a good set for Bermuda. They are now on a port tack, 800 meters away from the finishing line. They will be coming back together with Malaysia. Now Bermuda has put in 2 more jibes. Malaysia right now has not put in any jibes in, so they have a 63-meter lead, but that will all change here very soon when they put in their jibe. And here it is. It's coming up right now. Let's take a look. Oh, difficulty in the jibe. They are slow to get the spinnaker to the other side. Looks like also the grinders here on this team are running out of fuel. Difficult for them. Everybody's breathing hard. Looking like suffering. Everybody is suffering. It's just so physically difficult for all these teams right now. Just look at them. They're all absolutely absolutely out of breath. There's no more gas in the tank for the grinders. We're gonna have an important starboard situation here coming up between Team Malaysia and Bermuda. What's going to happen? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been getting a little bit more information here. We do have some very good news for Antigua Barbuda, for Malaysia, and for Bermuda. Seems as though, here we go, Malaysia takes the win, manages to take the win right here. Very, very good job. Malaysia takes the win here on the last race, the golden day. So, seems as though, Team Malaysia qualifying themselves to move on to the next round. Here's the race in, what's happening here? Bermuda in a race with Antigua Barbuda. Who's going to cross the line first? It looks like it's Bermuda. Bermuda goes across the line first. 35 seconds. 37 seconds for Team Antigua Barbuda. But I told you just before, I have some very good news. Now, if you've been following all day, the next round is the 16th of finals. That will be made up of 16 teams. 8 teams will qualify. Right now, we know the 8 teams that have qualified to move on to the 16th of the finals. But of the 8 teams that were already qualified in the 16th of the finals, 2 of them will not be able to come and race, which means we have 10 spots open to go on to the next round. So we will be fishing back out what we call the lucky loser. So these are the best 2 teams that have not qualified. And ladies and gentlemen, according to our calculations, all teams here, Bermuda, Antigua Barbuda, and Malaysia, are passing on to the 16th of finals. So, good news for everybody who's watching this right now. And that is the end of this race number 4 in this fleet. This is how the points have been awarded today after 40 minutes and 19 seconds of racing. Malaysia 8, Bermuda 6, Antigua and Barbuda 4, and unfortunately Ukraine 0 points because they were not able to finish. The overall standings here after 4 races sees Malaysia in the lead with 16 points, a tie between Antigua and Barbuda at 12 points, and like we said, they will be all going on to the next finals. So Ukraine is out with 8 points. And that is the provisional right now, which means that the 2 teams that are going through are Bermuda and Chile, the 2 teams that have been that have gotten, as we call them, the lucky loser. So that's basically the situation right now, and we know what is happening for everybody. Right now, what is going on for the people that are here This is a series match board, but what's going to be going on for the people that are here locally, we will be having a podium ceremony celebrating at 5 o'clock local time what is going on. The teams that have passed and qualified themselves for the next round, the 16th of finals. For all you that are watching from the comfort of your own home, that's not an issue. You will be able to see that video. We will record everything and we will put it out on the net. Now, let's do a little bit of summing up here. This is the result for fleet number 1. Tahiti, 19 points, absolutely killing it, winning every single one of their races, including today's race, which counts double in points. So Tahiti and Slovenia are going through to the next round. Bulgaria and Peru, 8 points and 7 points are out. Our next fleet number 2. Portugal and Estonia are in. Portugal has 15 points. Estonia has 14 points. Chile has 12. Cuba has 8. Chile, according to our calculations, but remember, this is why I'm saying according to our calculations, because we do have to have the official confirmation that Chile is the lucky loser who got selected to go on to the next stage of the 16th of finals. Of course, this will be confirmed by the jury. But right now, this is the calculations that we have. So that was for Fleet 2. This is Fleet 3. You just saw Fleet 3 right there. That's Malaysia with 16 points. They're in the lead. Antigua and Barbuda at 12 points. Bermuda at a tie with 12 points. So Malaysia, Antigua automatically go through to the next round. Bermuda being also one of the teams that has the best result. The third place team qualifies as well. I know it's not very flattering, but we call that the lucky loser. And they're going through onto the next round. We have one more fleet, which is our fleet number 4. There we go, fleet number 4 right there. Lithuania with 18 points. South Africa with 16 points. So those two teams will be going through. The Czech Republic, 10 points. Oman, 6. And they will be going home. Czech Republic and Oman do not qualify for the 16th of the finals. Right here, this is the ranking right here of the third place teams. So of the teams that have not qualified, obviously the fourth team were not taken into account. These are all the third place teams. You see Chile and Bermuda are at the top of the scoreboard. So those are the two teams that are qualified because they have the highest number of points. So the Czech Republic and Bulgaria, even though they were in third place, they are going home. Now, here is the match board. So the next racing that you will see will be in 2 days. So you can make sure you stay with us and go on and find out what's going on. You'll have all the information, like I've said several times. Go on to starsailors.com and you follow Gold Cup. You'll have all the information. You go on the official notice board. You will have all the same information that the athletes get. So next stage, 16th of finals, where we will be battling it out for the 8th of the finals. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. 5 races, 5 very intense races. We are very happy here because we've managed to have everybody sail 4 races. We now know who is qualified for the 16th of the finals. And the next step that we have to do right now is go to a small podium ceremony celebrating everyone who is passing on to the 16th of the finals. I know you're not with us. Don't worry. You will be able to check out all the actions. We're going to video record everything. It'll all be on YouTube, and so you can follow us. Thank you very much for having been with us here today on the golden day of the SSL Gold Cup Finals. And it was very amazing. We are very excited to see you here in 2 days for the start of the 16th of the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, goodbye and thank you for having been with us.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.